Hello, everyone. Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. A little bit of a Las Vegas background for you at the Bellagio, right? Just had a very nice dinner at Le Cirque. Highly recommended. French food is outstanding. All right, so President Trump in UK, showing that he's the boss and walking in front of the king, showing who the real king is, and Melania, hanging out with Kate Middleton, who seems to be a lot taller than her normal height. So has she been replaced? So lots of questions. The helo that they were on in the UK almost crashed, right? Had to set down very quickly. We know the deep state is in operation in all things. So our president and first lady, unfortunately, almost crashed, right, in the UK. So not good. That's things that are going on. So very, very sketchy all around the world. New York, BLM is now protesting in the streets. How long before it spreads? This weekend could see a lot of interesting action that's coming. So we're going to be looking at that. But first of all, let's look at the king and the play king. All right. So we think that, Prince Charles has been replaced. Let's look at President Trump, the real king, walking in front of the play king. So we see the King's Guard saluting Donald Trump, right? The king. This is some of the things that we're seeing, guys. We've been talking about this for many years, that, President Trump is really running the show around the world. Everyone else basically is, bowing to him, right? So not a good sign, though, all around. So we know that Kate Middleton, we know the Queen passed. So let's look at Kate Middleton and Melania. They step out for a monumental first outing together. So as you see here, Melania Trump, 5'11", and Kate Middleton, 5'9". Do you see a problem here? All right. So here's another picture. Of course, Melania with no heels, and these boots have massive inserts in them so that she appears taller. Is that some kind of play that's going on there, or is Kate Middleton replaced? Because we know that Kate Middleton, very sketchy stuff that was happening. We saw some very strange things that were happening. Kate Middleton. And then they kept having a Kate Middleton type looking person that kept coming out. And it seemed like a lot of CGI that was going on with that. So is that the real Kate Middleton? I don't think so. Right. So, we're going to see more of this as we move forward. And again, we saw, President Trump and Melania in the UK. Doing the tour. Do the people of the UK like Donald Trump and Kate and Melania? I believe they do. I believe they like him a lot. And it seems like everybody all over the world like them. So let's look at, here we have the helo. Seems to have had some kind of helicopter, Marine One copter scare. Trump and Melania an emergency landing. So there seems to have been a hydraulic problem. All right. So these are the most maintained, the best helicopters in the world, yet one of them has a hydraulic problem. Very, very unlikely. So fortunately, the first family, walked away without any problems. Got on another helicopter, made their way to Air Force One, and then left the UK. All right, so how much more we're going to or we're going to see with the deep state trying to take out Trump. We're going to see a lot more, I believe, unfortunately. So that's another one. That's another one we got to see. How many more of them have been thwarted that we haven't seen? Probably quite a few, guys. All right. So that's going to continue as it moves forward. And then, of course, we, like we talked about, BLM has started. They've started the demonstration. So I said that this was going to come. So here it is, BLM marching in the streets.
Charlie Kirk. Fuck Charlie Kirk. Fuck Charlie Kirk. Racist.
So they're saying, F Charlie Kirk, spit on your grave. All right. So there's not a lot of people that are involved in this, but very, very likely we'll see the numbers grow.
Piss on your ashes. Spit on your grave. I'll never be a slave. I'll never be a slave.
I'll never be a slave. Well, you're a slave to the Democrat Party and also to the New World Order. So, I mean, it's a play on words. These people are paid, as you guys can see. There's not a lot of them, but these numbers are going to grow. These numbers are going to grow substantially in the days and weeks and months ahead. We're going to see the fall is going to be very tough, right? We're going to see a lot of violence that's coming. I've said this. Now, I had somebody come in the chat talking about how the Anons, all right, Q and the Anons have a handle on all this. The military's in control. Not at all right? Well, to a certain extent. But, the Anons are basically people that have come in, have infiltrated. Many of them are deep state, have infiltrated in and, take the Q postings and they manipulate the information that's in there into a negative aspect. So I had somebody come in and basically fart in my chat and walk through and, stink the place up. All right. So this guy came in and was like talking about how you don't have to worry. Nothing's going to happen. The QAnons are on top of this. There's not going to be any problems. So this is a bunch of bullshit. All right. So we see it right there. All right. It's the start of this, guys. All right. So you're going to see a lot of people try and just take your attention away. The Charlie Kirk, assassination, whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. It's the beginning. It's to start off this massive, war against the deep state and people that want freedom. It's on. So the people that are basically enslaved, not only physically but also mentally, to the deep state are going to resist, and they're going to push back, and they're going to cause problems. And these problems are going to spread to pretty much every city in the United States until they're pushed back on. We've seen some of this already. I guess there was in Pennsylvania, there was several police officers that were fired upon. I think 2 of them are in critical condition. I think 1 passed away. I haven't seen the full extent of that attack yet. But it's increasing. Charlie Kirk assassination. They tried to, firebomb a van, a Fox News van. It didn't happen, and they raided the house where the guys that had set the firebomb on the van that didn't go off and found lots of explosives. That's just one, guys. That's just one house full of explosives, ammunition, guns, and drugs, and all kind of crazy stuff. So it's on. So it's gonna continue to get worse until we basically take all these people down. So very, very exciting times. And of course, we have the Congress that's going to continue to push on this. Of course, we have 250 U.S. Congress personnel that are in Israel. And we know that Israel there's some problems in Israel as far as like, Charlie Kirk and, trying to control our country. 250, all expenses paid. Imagine that we brought in 250 Congress people from the UK, or Congress people from France or Germany or wherever. Not happening, right? But yet we just sent 250 of our congressmen and women that are supposed to be going back to their districts and finding out what their people want them to do. All right. We want you to push this bill. We want you to, help us in the farm community. We want you to, help our schools, so forth, build better roads. They don't care. They went to Israel, all expenses paid, and they got, lectured and talked to, and probably got their Israeli passports and who knows what. I say that all 250 of them, because you can't find out who they are. They're not releasing that. You can find out a few, because I looked it up. You can find out a few names, but all those names are being hidden. I think we need to know all those names, and all those names need to be replaced by somebody that actually represents the United States. Is that going to happen? Not anytime soon. Not at all. Probably, but it should be. All right, so here's Rashid Tlaib snaps, screams like a lunatic after saying Trump's admin is a fascist takeover. Charlie Kirk, the students on campus. Charlie Kirk went into the belly of the beast and tried to convince these knuckleheads that have been subverted consciously and mentally that they're on the wrong side of history. And they pushed back, and then he basically got a lot of them to think. They didn't like that. They didn't like that at all. So they pushed back on it. And we're seeing, this happening in Congress now, even more so. So this is going to continue, this pushback on a lot of our stuff.
But I think it's important, Mr. Chair, just like in DC, home rule was one out of Black freedom struggle in the fight for civil rights. We can't be passive right now. So nobody over there should take anything we say so personally, as if we're attacking them. No, we're attacking a process, not attacking people here. And I think it's really important. We need to stand up against this fascist takeover. That's not a bad word. It's a fact. And here in DC and across the country, it is so incredibly important, Mr. Chair, that this committee does not allow rhetoric that defames or paints Washington, D.C. in a way that you all haven't really truly seen. You're just reading it. No, you're just reading it or something off of some.
Will the gentlelady yield to a question?
Yeah, I think it's really important.
Will the gentlelady yield?
No, I don't yield. I don't even have time. I can tell you.
Your time's expired.
It is expired, but Mr. Chair, but you all live here, and you're not telling people the beautiful parts that you do see in our nation's capital. And no, it's just wrong how we're doing it.
Chairman, I think it's insane that the gentlelady doesn't have an argument, but she's going to refer to me and some of my colleagues.
Mr. Donald,
we were from the Third Reich. This is insane.
You're going to look at 14, 15-year-olds as a bunch of criminals?
It's insane.
Oh,
do I look like a member of the Third Reich to you, Ms. Tlaib? Is that what I look like to you?
You're the one taking your voting card.
Is that what you think? Is that what you think? Is that what you think?
No, that's unethical.
I think it's radical and I think it's insane. And I'll respect everything that you say. But to say something like that to myself and a lot of my colleagues is way out of line. It's way out of line. It's way out of line.
Regular order, Mr.
Way out of line.
Regular order.
That's okay. But it's okay, right?
That is not how it goes.
It's okay, right?
You hold yourself accountable before you talk about
Hold myself accountable. Hold your own self accountable. How about that? Hold your own self accountable. How about that?
Free DC, and make sure you vote with your own voting card. Don't be giving it to somebody else.
All right, so we're seeing, the meltdown of a lot of these leftists. They're being pushed into a corner. They're losing numbers massively. They were losing numbers before Charlie Kirk, and now people are leaving the Democrat Party in droves more than they were before. And people that see that are going to leave even more. right? So it's a complete meltdown of the Democrat Party. I've been talking about this for years, right? The Democrat Party will go away. And we're seeing, the result of, basically they're being exposed. They don't have anything. They don't have any legs to stand on anymore. Right. Even though we see, like I pointed out, the Charlie Kirk demonstrations by BLM in New York, in Boston, of all places, we're seeing a vigil for Charlie Kirk.
Conservative activist Charlie Kirk gathered in Boston for a vigil to remember his life. At an event for his American comeback tour at Utah Valley University, the suspect has since been arrested.
Now, very, very suspect. As you guys can see here, they're taking jackhammers to the concrete where Charlie Kirk had the event. So they're basically taking away the crime scene. It's very, very similar to what happened in New York, where they basically took all of the building and took it over to like a holding place, loaded it on the ships, and sent it to China to be melted down. So they just basically took away a crime scene. Same thing is happening here with the Charlie Kirk crime scene. They never cordon it off with yellow tape. You can see people coming in right after the assassination, taking a camera that was right behind Charlie Kirk. Somebody who knows who it was, maybe in Charlie Kirk's team, came in and just took that camera down. So they came in and basically destroyed the crime scene. All right. Now, my wife was asking this question, very, very good question, is where is the bullet? Where's the magic bullet? Right? And the caliber. It was supposedly a 30-06. A 30-06, of course, would have blown the whole side of his throat off, and there'd been a huge splash on the back wall. We didn't see that. Now, some people have said, it came from his right side. I think it was activated. Basically, the little explosive squib that had been inserted underneath his mask, neck mask, or maybe his full face mask, who knows. And that is what went off, and that was what was activated from the side. So we're, a lot of people are going to believe what they're going to believe. I don't have a problem with it. Bottom line is we need to see that this is, and it was and is, an attempt to start a civil war, which is not going to happen, right? So we're going to continue to see them push and push and push, and eventually it's going to get violent, and then we're going to have to squash that violence, and it might end up being pretty substantial going forward, right?
Facing several charges, and prosecutors say they will seek the death penalty. Thanks for staying up late with us, everyone. I'm Colton Bradford.
And I'm Priscilla Casper. Kirk's assassination comes at a time where political violence is rising in the U.S. Jericho Tran joining us live from the State House. Jericho, good evening. What was the scene out there earlier tonight?
Well, it was definitely very somber as people said their prayers to remember the life of Charlie Kirk. You can see the memorial right here on the steps of the Massachusetts State House. Now, that vigil, it stretched from right here at the Massachusetts State House.
Now, of course, Massachusetts, Boston, the Boston Tea Party. All right. So we're seeing a lot of this stuff start to unfold. And I think we're moving into a turning point, like Charlie Kirk was all about. Turning Point USA. Here we are. We're basically going full circle, and we're coming back to our origins. And as we move forward, I believe that the deep state is going to be completely removed from our lives.
To across the street, police had this section closed off, and then they also barricaded off a small section of the Boston Common. I can tell you inside it was definitely peaceful, but you could still feel the tension pressing up against these barricades. Despite the noise and the chaos,
Who's that? How do you know?
attendees kept the peace here on the steps of the Massachusetts State House as they honored the life of right-wing political.
So as you can see here, we have the leftist paid agitators, the crazies, and they had to put up barricades. We had, people coming in and trying to disrupt this. A peaceful vigil, for Charlie Kirk. Would you go to someone's funeral and, talk smack like that? These people are just basically destroying their narrative hugely. And the more they do that, the more people are going to start to flee from the Democrat Party.
Activist Charlie Kirk.
You know what? That's not going to stop us from praying and having hope for the future.
All right. So the more we go forward with this type of stupidity that's coming from the left, the more people are going to turn away from it. Now, at some point, it's going to get violent, like we've talked about, because they're going to see that they're not having the effect that they want. Charlie Kirk assassination, whether it was attempt or whether it was, like I believe it was basically taken over, or like other people believe it was real, it really doesn't matter. The bottom line is this is an attempt to basically destroy America. From whatever angle you look at it, this is what's being revealed. So you have to start to look at the bigger picture of this and know that we have to join together to stop this. All right, we're faced with very radical types that want to cause violence. We can do what we can to expose that, and hopefully nip that in the bud before it starts to blossom, like that protest we just saw in New York. We need some good cowboys out there to do some shit kicking, right? Some ass kicking. Stop that shit, because that's what cowboys did in Texas. BLM showed up in very nice buses and unloaded, and the cowboys showed up, and basically the BLM crawled back up onto the buses and they drove away, and no more problems, right? But in New York, that's not going to happen. In Chicago, that's not going to happen. In LA, that's not happening now. Now, fortunately, in the District of Columbia, it is happening. But if it was up to some of these Congress people, like we just saw, it would be turned around and it would be stopped so that the criminals could start to become more active again, right? Very, very frustrating, but it is a process of, exposing this and keeping this process, exposed, because if we don't expose it, then it starts to gather steam, like we saw with the George Floyd rioting. I said within hours after seeing George Floyd that it was fake, that it was false, it was a false flag. I got a lot of pushback on it. Of course, that went on to become a very big problem for America. So will this Charlie Kirk incident become a big problem for America? If we don't expose it for what it is, for a false flag, it will. All right. So we need to start to really look at this thing and start to look at the other events that are coming, because we don't expose them and shut them down and call them out for what they are, then they are able to gather steam. So all of these people that are saying counter to what I'm saying, it is what it is. Now, Charlie Kirk had Navy SEALs, former Navy SEALs as his security. I can tell you the Navy SEALs probably had a very good secure situation going on there, and that's what I'm seeing. So a lot of people were talking about how there was signaling going on. They think that's a negative. That I believe was a very, very big positive. They had control of that situation, and that situation turned out, for some people that looked at it as a negative, and then for some people that look at it as what's going to be a positive, right? So for however you look at it, I still see people, confused about it. I've tried to give you guys as much information as I can on this channel. You can go to my YouTube channel or my Rumble channel. I have a couple of videos over there where I go into detail about it. They've got massive views. If one of those videos, which was going ultra viral here on YouTube, have been able to stay here, probably have 1 million views by now, right, or even more. But we know that there are elements that want to control consciousness, and they're not going to let us talk about certain things. I was very surprised. I thought that YouTube had basically opened up, but it still seems there's some manipulation that's going on. But it is what it is. We'll work both sides. YouTube wants to see both sides get equal action. So Charlie Kirk, assassination. Charlie Kirk, somebody else, maybe not. So you have to look at it from both sides. You be the judge. You use your critical thinking. Now, you don't have the background that I do and other people do. So I know that's a problem for a lot of you. You don't have that background. So you depend on, people like myself and other veterans. I've had veterans that have come into the chat and have revealed very good information, that they were hunters, that they've used 30-06 and they're hunting. All their family were hunters. This veteran basically has shot multiple weapons from around the world, American, of course, French weapons, English weapons, German weapons. And he's like, this does not compute, all right? What happened on that stage, all right? Does not compute. And so there's a lot of good conversation from people that's going on out there. Just pay attention. Don't just take my word for it. Look around, do your own research, find your own information. Which shows, Michael, the ones in my Rumble channel, right? So go over to my Rumble channel. Let me pull it up and I'll show you guys. All right. So the Rumble channel is, once I was kicked off for a long term in YouTube, that's where I was doing most of my shows. Now, I didn't think that I was going to be, permanently deleted from YouTube. They would take down a channel. I just make another one. I just thought that would just keep going on. But eventually I got to the point where I could no longer even do channels on YouTube. So this has been a blessing. Hopefully it continues. But if you really want to see some of my work over the last several years that I've been off YouTube, go over to Michael J 5326. Now 5326 is the number that we use in the U.S. Navy to designate a Navy SEAL. So 5326 is the SEAL designator. All right, so here is, I'll share the screen and show you guys basically the Rumble channel. So this is what it looks like, right? So let's go to the front of it. So Michael J 5326. And if you scroll through here, here's, let me see, where's the one that I'm talking about? Charlie Kirk assassination was a captured and staged event. So as you guys can see, it's got 104,000 views. And then further down here, here's the one, was the Charlie Kirk shooting a false flag? That's the one that was on YouTube that got taken down. It's got 122,000 views. So those are big numbers on my Rumble channel. Rumble is suppressed in a lot of countries. It's suppressed here in the United States, especially my channel. It's a Canadian platform. So, my numbers have been pretty much the same for, I think, a couple of years. Around 100, there were like 119, I think, 2 years ago. And today they're 121. So it is, Rumble is heavily suppressed as well. But at least we get some videos on there. I think that's because of you. Yes, cool. 5326 Navy SEAL. Janet, thank you. Yep. So Navy SEALs were part of his protective detail. We don't fail, right? So, I mean, a lot of people have said they couldn't cover, the building tops and all that kind of stuff. Bullshit, guys. Right? You don't do an event unless you have complete protection. I wouldn't come in and say we'll do an event here, but we can't see on top of those buildings, but we can't cover everything. Really? Come on. Right? So, another thing, there's so many things about this that shows you that it's something different. Right? Now you're hearing from other people that, they believe that he's absolutely gone. I don't know. Maybe he really is. And they had somebody, come in and do an acting job. Who knows? Right? So there's many different levels to this. When I, as an intuitive, look, he's still alive. Right? And I've been fairly good at that. Now, I know a lot of intuitives are out there saying that, he's gone, a lot of them. But a lot of those intuitives and some of the newer ones, they weren't, back in 2016, but I said that President Trump was going to be president when a lot of those people said, no way. Right. So I feel like I'm pretty tied into some of these people and what's going on, guys. Again, you don't have to believe. You can believe whatever you want. Your mind is free. We all have, our own individual ideas and connections and backgrounds and so forth. Believe what you want. It's okay. You don't have to believe what I believe. You don't have to believe what somebody else says. Maybe you're just kind of like in limbo until you get more information. That's cool too, right? In fact, that's really good. Yeah. Valhalla is a witness protection place. So, and then Kash Patel said, good luck in Valhalla. Right. So many things. If you have eyes to see, all right, you see some of this stuff. But some people, even though they've said in the past that Valhalla was a witness protection program, seem to think that that's no longer a thing. So it is, some people are part of programs where they deliver information, a narrative that is being pushed by, certain groups. They're part of those groups. They don't have the free will that I do. So fortunately, I have free will. All right. I think for myself, and there's other good people out there to do the same. So I think for my background and for my intuitive ability and for my remote viewing, that our boy's still good. All right. And he and his wife and family are good to go. Right. So, think of it what you will. It is okay. Now, the other things that we really need to be concerned about, and this is kind of like a warning order. So a warning order is basically for you to get plans, to be ready for activities that you may have to be involved in. Right. And that's what we would get before we went off on a mission. So we get a warning order and we're like, okay, you need this gear, you need this gear, you need this gear. We're going here. All right. And so we go get our gear ready, put it in the bags, bring it out to the pallets, put it on the pallets. And then we get another brief. And then we load the pallets on the planes. We get on the planes and then we fly somewhere and kick some ass. Right. So, that's what a lot of that's going on right now. A lot of that's going on right now. So I just went through, I'll give you an idea, right? I just went through Albuquerque, New Mexico, and, kind of traveling back and forth across country right now. So when I came in Albuquerque, I basically got online and reserved a room. I'm not going to say where. And it was like almost completely booked. And I was like, that's weird. Albuquerque has turned into a shithole. What is going on? Why are so many people going to Albuquerque now all of a sudden in the middle of the week? So I get into the hotel, and it's got pretty good security. Like most hotels don't have security, right? If you're like a casino and stuff like that, a big building, you're going to have. I used to work a couple different casinos as security manager, so you got security. But most hotels that you've been to and I've been to don't have security. This hotel in Albuquerque has security. Now, there is a lot of homeless and drug addicts all over the streets in Albuquerque, all over Albuquerque. It's a mess. It's very sad. It's very, very sad. They're everywhere. And I've been through Albuquerque over the years, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse. There's churches, or basically most of churches are boarded up. Many buildings are boarded up. Homes are boarded up. You just drive through certain areas, and lots of homes are boarded up, abandoned, I guess. So and they're boarded up so that the homeless won't go inside of them, of course. So it's like that in Albuquerque. So I'm like, what the heck? Why is this hotel almost sold out? So I get in there, and I'm like hanging out, and I start to see some anomalies in some of the people. Now, the security in this hotel is like off the charts. They got American flag that's flying in front of it. And then I start to see people like when I was a contractor, all right, the clothes I wore, the way I carried myself, the luggage that I had. There's a lot of security contractors that are rolling through that hotel, right? I was like, how about that? So Albuquerque, now we know that I've talked about this. The governor of Albuquerque has acknowledged that she has a considerable problem with people that are, the addiction problem and so forth. And it's off the charts. It's off the charts in Albuquerque. It's very sad. Very beautiful city that is unbelievably still has a little bit of charm to it, right? But it ain't going to last much longer. All right, it's almost a third world country. It's very close. So why am I bringing up the security contractor thing? Because I believe they're setting the stage for the military to come in. All right, because the governor has said that she would be open to help from President Trump. So this is only one Democrat. Now, I can see where she's coming from because New Mexico's on the verge of collapsing. I've seen it going downhill over the years. They've had just Democrat after Democrat after Democrat. The whole state, the road system, just everything. Everything's going to hell in New Mexico, which is sad. It's absolutely incredibly beautiful state. And fabulous people there, right? And the homeless, so sad, and just drug addiction off the charts. People can't. I don't know how people live there. They have to have like walled homes, right? It's like in Afghanistan. In Afghanistan and Iraq, all the homes are walled, guys, and they're gated. All of the homes, all of them. And then what have we done here over the last 4 years? We brought all those people into America by the millions. And we don't have walled homes. Some people do, but not most, right? So we're in a very bad situation all over the country. It's going to get real shitty, right? Before it gets better. And when it gets shitty, then people are going to be like me, I'm not going to say I told you so, because I've been saying it for years now. I'm going to be like, okay, this is what you do, this is what you do, this is what you do, this is what you do. That's the way I'm going to be rolling. All right. As shit hits the fan, I'm coming out and I'm going to be like, do this, do this, do this. All right. As long as I can. All right. Yeah, Jojo, I agree. I'm sick of it too, but get ready to get busy. Right. And we're past the time of informing people. It's about time to get down and dirty. All right. Just like Charlie Kirk's wife, when she went into the coffin on those fake hands and she had the G-O ring, it's go time, baby. All right. It's go time. So we have to get ready. Get ready, because it's go time. All right. So staying up late, wife's in the bed, sleeping, kind of, I guess. I had to get in here and share. It's a shit show out there. We have to be ready for this stuff. Stay in the love vibration, because that's what's going to carry you through. All right. We're going into the demon rats have really infiltrated big, guys, and they've come into our cities, and they've turned it into cesspools. And there's going to be a lot of people that are like I had the idiot in the chat that came in and said, don't worry, we got control of this. You're going to find out. You're going to find out. All right. So don't F around and find out the hard way, guys. All right. Be ready. Be ready to move. Be ready to roll. Work together. And we snuff a lot of this stuff out very quickly. But if you are like a deer in the headlights, you're going to get hit by a Mack truck, and you're going to get exploded all over the road. All right. Don't be like that. All right. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So, we've talked about over the last 5 years how we're probably going to see these major attacks start to happen. And we said 14 major cities. Some people said 14 major cities. I said 17, maybe even 19 major cities are going to be like the last bastions of, these people that are evil, that will go into these cities and that will resist till the end. Now, I think there could be hundreds of cities initially that will have, mass attacks, right? And it will be up to the citizens of everywhere to help and support each other. And we'll probably clean up these cities pretty quickly. Of course, there's going to be casualties, there'll be problems. Now, as you guys know, having been a Navy SEAL and then having been in the CIA for, 35 years of my life, I've seen a lot of this already throughout the world. And I've said it's coming to America. And it is absolutely coming to America. In fact, with the recent assassination, and we'll just call it that, because everybody's playing it off that way. So we'll just let it roll that way, especially on this channel. But after that event, there were gatherings and so forth. There was a Fox News van, and this is not getting a lot of press. I did a show yesterday, and we were talking about how these crazy people that come from colleges and all over America right now, they have an idea that they have a vision of America that most of us don't agree with, and they're going to try and push us in that direction. So Leo Zagami talked about how there was a Fox News van that had an incendiary device that was placed under it. And fortunately, that incendiary device did not go off for whatever reason, right? Whether I would assume that the two Pakistanis that are here illegally that put that there didn't get a very good training, right? So that when that Fox News van came into where a lot of people are mourning and having a vigil for Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk, and that Fox News van had pulled up and that incendiary device had gone off. How about that, right? So, but it didn't. So they went to where this house was, where these two gentlemen had set up this device, and I'll show you what it looks like. They were actually flying American flag upside down. It's pretty much an indicator that these guys were probably didn't like America. Now, how did they come to America? How did these two illegals come to America? So they went to this place. Bomb squad went there. They converged on the home in Magna, Utah. FBI agents, local bomb squads. They found additional explosives along with firearms, illegal narcotics, and other paraphernalia were found in the home. So they had a lot. Even in this report, they're not saying that there was actually quite a lot of explosives there. Quite a lot. All right. So we're probably going to see, like I've been saying for 5 years, and people said, "Oh, Mike, there's going to be a civil war," and I'm like, "No, it's not going to be a civil war, because the people that are going to do the violence are a small fraction of our country." Now we're just finding out there's going to be even less, because a lot of people are waking up after Charlie Kirk, right? So this was, I think, unintended. I think the Charlie Kirk incident was to cause us to fracture and to go into this civil war type situation. Now, we are going to go into some type of semblance of one, but it won't be an overall civil war that will last, for months or years or whatever. Now, I've said that we were probably going into Christmas. I saw Christmas is probably not going to be very happy. And I've said this for almost a year now. In fact, I said it, I did my year's viewing. I said it even before this year started, that I saw the next Christmas that was coming. It was going to be, I see a lot of people not very happy because there's trauma that's going on in America. So it appears that we're moving very quickly into that environment. Now, you look at that incendiary device, was that part of the assassination? They were going to do the assassination, and then they were going to have the incendiary device and maybe other explosives and other incendiary devices that could pop up at any time, guys. Anytime. So, they're going to have that big event, I guess, in Arizona at a stadium, celebration of life for Charlie Kirk. That's where he's from, Arizona. And President Trump's going to speak there. Vice President Vance. I don't know why they got two of them together at an event that could have some activity. Maybe that will be rethought, or maybe one will show up and then one will show up later. But it has a potential high potential for a very explosive, becoming a very explosive event, right? So yeah, we have to be very, very watchful going forward. And I think that you need to have the ability to hunker down in your home, be good with your neighbors. All right. All right. If you're not good with your neighbors, you could be after things start to get crazy. So ideally, you're good with your neighbors now, right? You know your neighbors. You know, like in my neighborhood, incredible people. I know I can rely on them on many different levels, and that I think my whole town is like that. So it is. I'm in a very good town. It's so just be aware of your surroundings. Have a escape and evasion plan. All right. If things get really hot, you know how are you gonna leave? You got a go bag. A go bag is basically you have supplies or whatever in a bag, small bag or whatever, that you can throw over your shoulder and just take off. Backpack, whatever, right? And it's got food for maybe it'll last you. Good one is like beef jerky, and then have water. Probably, depending on where you live, you have a water filtration system. You can get those small ones. They're tubular, and they're priced all kind of different ways. So maybe some simple medical supplies, some pow. You need to have pow-pows, right? If you don't have pow-pows, you should get something, right? And you should know how to use it. Don't get a pow-pow and you know how to use it. You'll probably, people that know how to use pow-pows usually get those pow-pows used against them, right? Somebody takes it away from them and uses it against them. So, yes, and ammo, of course, Lenny. Yes, extra ammo, right? Because you never know. You might go into a situation where you have to pow-pow a lot, right? For me, pow-pow a lot is like, I get lots of targets. Oh, yay. So, but I hope not. Obviously, I pray that doesn't happen. I feel like I'm in a good place, but you can never anticipate. But I really do think, and we've already started to see it, where criminal gangs, these different groups that are coming across the border they've already been caught bringing across lots of munitions, lots of fireworks, all right, explosives and all kind of crazy stuff. They've already been caught doing that on a fairly significant level, and don't think that they haven't already supplied a lot of areas with a lot of this stuff. So we know we've had a lot of illegal aliens have come in. That was part of the last 4 years. We tried to bring attention to that. We tried to stop that to no avail because we had the deep state that was really working a lot of the stuff. So they're in place. Their position supplied. They have their marching orders, what they're going to do, how they're going to act, where they're going to go. And I would say that they probably attack police stations. And then once they have control of those, or they've taken those down, they'll start to move within the city or the residential areas, and they'll go house to house, right? So they've already done that in certain areas. I saw a video in LA where gangs were going into millionaire homes, right? So it doesn't matter if you're rich, it doesn't matter if you're poor. These gangs are going to cause a lot of problems, right? Some of them are very, very well trained. So think about me, Navy SEAL with all my background. Some of these groups are probably trained up to maybe even beyond my level guys, right? So and they work together, and they will devastate areas. They will devastate areas, and there will be people that will not want to come and get them, so they will be able to move freely and continue their activities. All right, so it's on, and we saw in a casket scene where Charlie Kirk's wife came in. She was mourning, and her hands were on those hands, whatever they were, right? And she had those rings, and they had G and O, go. It's go time, right? It's go time, guys. So shit is about to hit the fan, I believe. Right. So, I mean, we've talked about it. You should be ready at this point. We've talked about this for years. It's not anything new. It happens. But I think we're reaching that point. Right now, I think there was some activities that maybe foiled what happened. A lot of people don't agree. They think that, people are trying to make this work. I've even seen psychics that have come in and said this, and that. I'm like, your psychic strength not so good. All right. So I see a lot of stuff going on out there. People trying to make this fit. Even some of these people that are claimed to be psychics. I don't know, but there's an idea that I have that because that didn't go down the way it was intended, right? Maybe it got hijacked, and there's consequences for that, or they plan a consequence for that. And one of those was going to be that incinerator device, and then more of that. But because the incinerator device didn't go off, evidently they were able to track that. Now, one of the reasons why they haven't actually talked about it or put it that much in the news is because there's probably, and I said this right from the beginning, whoever's involved in this, it's not one dude, not one patsy, and here's his furry friend, right? His friend is like not trans, is furry. They believe they're animal. All right, whatever. All right, so they're a furry. And so things are getting a little crazy there. There's a little cray going on, of course. So there's a big, there's a big machine behind all this. And some people say, that from that one area within the Middle East where, there's been conflict, there's that group is fomenting some problems. Kazarian, the KZ guys, KM, Kazarian Mafia, right? So Kazarian Mafia people have infiltrated. They're very powerful, very strong. Charlie Kirk said he was concerned. Some people have said President Trump is concerned. I don't know about that, but we'll see. I think he's not concerned. That's my thoughts. I think he plays along. And why would you play along? So that you can get more of them, so you can trap more of them. So one of the reasons why I think maybe they didn't let on that they had, maybe stopped out that incinerator device. Maybe it got stopped out because they were tracking those guys. I would like that, right? I would say, bravo, good job. But maybe it was just the thing just didn't go off. But how do they track it back to who put it on there? And then they raided the house. And they were ready to raid that house, I guess, pretty quickly after that incinerator device didn't go off. Now, when I was in Iraq and Afghanistan and so forth, basically what they would do is they would have an event, let's say a shooting, where people got shot up, and then you'd have ambulances come. Right. So no ambulances came to the shooting event. Right. That's very interesting. So ambulances would come and, all these people coming out, they get treating people. And then there'd be car bombs that would go boom and just take out so many people, and families that had come to, check on their loved ones, children, and so forth. And then another group would come in, not thinking that if they had, car bombs for that group, maybe they got more car bombs. Yeah. So more people would come in, and there would be more car bombs. All right. So they'd have wave after wave of car bombs, wave after wave of people would be killed. So think about that. All right. Now, you guys are in the police force. I know a lot of you guys watch me. Thank you. Thank you for service. You're going to be, I think, very valuable going forward. So we see these attacks in cities, and will police forces go en masse to that incident and leave everybody else hanging? Hello, guys. We have to learn to not put everybody on one incident. We have to start to think bigger picture. All right. So these guys will operate like that. They will cause an incident, and then they will, their gangs or whatever may go in and pilfer, maybe even go house to house like I'm talking about, maybe even start killing people going to house. So you guys have to be really heads up about all of the different things that are coming, that are possible, right? So definitely be heads up to the potential of multiple attacks in multiple cities. So let's say you're in a city and your neighboring city, small city, is being attacked. So you send all your police force to go help. Don't do that. All right. Maybe send one or two cars or whatever, but you want to start to think bigger picture that they're attacking that town. We need to be heads up. And also you need to be heads up with communicating with everybody, keeping track of people, especially people that aren't in a position to, protect themselves. Right. And some of you are like, well, if they're attacking, I'm not leaving my house. Well, let's say they're attacking and your child is at school. What are you going to do? All right. So bigger picture, guys. All right. So so you have an attack on one side of the town, and the school on the other side of town is left hanging. All right. And they attack that school. So you got to be thinking bigger picture here. So I'm giving you some ideas. I'm giving you some food for thought. You need to really think outside the box going forward. And when something happens that is something you've never thought about, never anticipated, don't freeze up. Just keep moving. Think, respond, and help as much as you can. Right. So that's what we're going to have going forward. Lots of this. I think we're going to see it on a massive scale throughout America. It's not going to happen in just one city. We may see it in one city. We've already seen it in one city. We've already seen it in a couple of cities. We've seen it in LA already. In Washington, D.C., they pretty much squashed that pretty much. But LA is still an ongoing thing. It hasn't stopped, right? It hasn't stopped. Chicago, still ongoing. Chicago was so resistant to President Trump coming in and helping that they put up all kinds of barriers and stuff. So President Trump hasn't sent anybody in yet. Who knows? Maybe he won't. Maybe Chicago will be one of those cities that is, which I believe it will be one of those cities that's completely ruined, right? So get out of the big cities, right? Or stay, it's up to you. Raphael.
Hey, brother. Hi.
How you doing?
Good. Thanks. Where are you at?
So we're in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, good to see you. Hey, that was a good word. And you guys, I'm like listening to you going, nobody anywhere is talking about that very thing. Like, appreciate you saying that, because like just to stop and think about what if scenarios. And that's so important, because I think the law enforcement they're designed for our society. They're not designed for invaders and attackers in a multiple fronts. And I had a woman that I knew for years, and she was at the information booth at Ontario International Airport. I don't know if you're familiar with how that airport's laid out. So they have like 3 large terminals, and they're probably a quarter mile at least from one another. And she said that she was shocked when this happened. She said this wheelchair came in, and this little granny was sitting in the wheelchair, and all the alarms went off from her wheelchair. I guess she had some tech, some stuff for her heart and oxygen tanks and all this stuff. So all this triggered everything. So the alarm went out through the entire complex, every single airport terminal, and all the law enforcement from every terminal, from outside, all came into this one terminal. And even as a grandmother, she was a volunteer for the information booth, and she was going, "You guys," like it was wide open, like you just said, across town. The other terminals were left completely unprotected, and she was just amazed. And she said, if it was a bomb, they're all going to get blown up anyway. So it's like there wasn't. I mean, in our the way things we've seen this law enforcement strong support has been great for our civil society, but it works for that. But it's going to be like really a failure in the future, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So even Elon Musk, and you had that in the show notes. Violence is coming. Violence is coming. Defend or die.
Yeah.
Elon Musk.
Mm-hmm.
It's so Elon Musk, remember, was kind of like offline for quite a while. He and Trump had a falling out. He says, "Oh, I'm going to go create another a new. It's not going to be Republican. It's not going to be Democrat. It's going to be a new political party." Right. I'm like, is that the one? So we're going to do away with all these political parties. We've talked about this. This political party is completely collapsed. We're going to have that one that takes us back to the Republic. Because a Democrat society that we've slipped into. If you look back in time, if you go back to Greece, if you go back to Rome, they went from a republic to a democracy, and that's where they fell. So we're at the point of falling.
Yep.
And we need to go back to a republican status.
Yeah.
So to do that, we need to do away with this this corrupt political class and system that we have, and just create something new. But anyway, so here we have Elon Musk has kind of been on the sidelines for a while, and so once this happened, he's out big again. He's out big. So this is interesting.
So this assassination thing this week, I'm not in the cutting edge of what you're talking about, but just that, one of the things I thought was this indeed, no matter whether it was staged or not, this indeed is a turning point. Absolutely.
Sure.
And like for us who are God's kids, we're like, no, there's just no going back. We're just not going back into this democratic thing. And even Arnold Schwarzenegger, just the other day, came out and said, look, the democracy's at risk. And I had to laugh because I'm like, this deep state potato is like democracy. No. Yeah, right. So democracy is really like a soft communism, Marxism. We've really lived under the 10 planks of the Communist Manifesto in a socialistic way for 50 years, Michael?
Yeah.
So like he was like
that's really the push socialism, which is even worse than democracy, obviously, like the lowest form of lead. There's nothing left. The only thing that's ultimately worse is a dictatorship, and most socialist countries are dictatorships anyway. So
right.
You're pretty much at the bottom of the pole as far as politics and so forth. There is no we the people anymore. Right.
Well, the politicians that America has had are like that. They're like arrogant, dictatorial, authoritarians, but they sort of hide under that curtain, the Wizard of Oz curtain between them and the Dorothys like us in the world. They hide behind the curtain, and that curtain is the guise of the Constitution, which relatively almost doesn't even exist at all, period, anymore. as
Yeah.
you've witnessed in like Tina Peters and Granny's cases. Those are just, kangaroo court process. So yeah.
So will the real Israel stand up? That's a good one. So we know that there was, or we've heard, I'm not going to say we know, but there's talk that Charlie Kirk was offered $150 million to basically go along with the whatever Israel wanted, Netanyahu, whatever they wanted to promote, because they're not getting what they want through other social media platforms, and they know that social media is really the only thing that people listen to anymore. Most people don't listen to the news. They're away from the news.
Totally. Yeah. His following was probably bigger than all the mainstream social medias. Yeah.
So I looked at the numbers for like CNN, MSNBC, and Fox, and like our show that we're doing right now, the numbers that'll probably watch this show and that watch me on other shows through the week. If I had every hour doing shows, I would blow all of those away combined.
Awesome.
So that's a power of social media.
It is. It's so awesome. That's
right now.
amazing.
Yeah. It's very, very powerful. So I'm only doing a few shows a day at the most. Normally 2 shows, but sometimes I do 3 or 4. But there's nothing that compares to the information that's coming out, and we're helping a lot of people. There's so many people that are so I hear from people all the time when I go to events or in online chat. They're very appreciative, the information, that I and Scott McKay and, Nino are putting out, the 3 amigos. It really makes a difference. It helps a lot of people. It helps keep them calm. Some people are saying if it wasn't for you guys, I don't know what would have done. I would have gone crazy. Who knows? Some people said it, we saved their lives because we gave them, the direction, what to do during the scam. So, it is very interesting to see that they're trying to influence people like that with money. And that's not anything new. You look at pretty much all the politicians. I think there's like 150 Congress people that are over in Israel right now while we're talking, doing tours and getting, probably nice dinners and probably staying in fancy places and getting the red carpet treatment. It's what a travesty.
It is.
All 150 of them should not be allowed to come back.
Right. Yeah. Good word. I think this whole thing, listening to you talk about that with Kirk, personally, I probably would have taken the money, but I'm weak as far as that goes. But no, that's really huge that he, that the whore of Babylon, the idea that she's been like bribing and whoring with money since the Federal Reserve started. It's coming to an end, but this relationship with money in Israel, and I see it even in the prophets where the little country over there is just taking everything, milking the beast dry, like vast amounts of money, weapons, and stuff like that. And it was under this sort of cover that this is just Israel, and there is no other Israel. And I think that the lid is blowing off the reality that America actually is Israel. And so I was just feeding off of an X post where this post said, is America Israel? And I believe that it is. And I'm not saying that Middle East Israel isn't some of Israel, but in the sons of Jacob, Judah, i.e. Judaism, was only one of the brothers out of the 12. And the adopted ones of Ephraim and Manasseh, Joseph's sons, in Genesis, became Jacob's firstborn. And the migratory movements now are available, that they went west of the Jordan River during the captivity, and they kept going into the Caucasus. And there's even a pass through the Caucasus Range from south to north, where they eventually got chased up into the north on their way to Western Europe. And so it's just a fascinating journey, that this very thing is the thing that's been secreted so that this Middle East country could be called Israel, when actually the house of Jacob migrated to Western Europe and then eventually America. And so it's just incredible. Matter of fact, there's that pass. I think I'll show you the pass. Everybody might want to see it. So let me share.
Let me share real quick before you do that. So I said 150 is actually 250. Approximately 250 U.S. state legislators from all 50 states were invited to attend. 50 states, one Israel was the name of the conference organized by the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs from September 14th to September 18th. So they're there for another day. I say they don't come back ever again. They need to be replaced, and this bullshit really needs to stop.
Yeah. If it's one Israel, then that would mean they would have to admit that America is like 9/10 Israel, and Israel over there is like 1/10, because of that's how the brothers were. And even in the scriptures, it talks about that there's no such thing as one of the brothers being sort of having a controlling interest of the land. And if anything, because Ephraim was the youngest son, and he ended up in several places like England and some of the northern Western European countries, that he is arguably the one who has all the land rights because he was the firstborn. And so basically Yah said, no, that's not how it works. You don't get to go back to the original land and say, it's all mine and nobody else's.
Yeah.
It's the exclusion of all my brothers. That's not how it works. So, and I believe that the Middle East, what we call Israel, is actually going to betray America in the not too distant future.
Yeah. Well, they had that red heifer that they sacrificed, and they said it was basically the test. They were testing it, and it wasn't really perfect. It had one little white hair on it. So
blemish. Okay.
It was imperfect. I don't think so. I think they've already performed that.
Yeah, and probably good luck trying to reproduce an unblemished red heifer. I'm not sure that's possible anymore. And I personally don't believe that. So I grew up in the teaching that there has to be a rebuilt third temple in Middle East Israel. And I totally disagree. There's nowhere in prophets or scripture that talks anything about needing a third temple, especially because his kids are now the temple. Like his people are the temple. And so what's this about needing?
Well, here we have Esther's daughter. She says no building the third temple. So there you go. It's not going to happen. So good job. Thanks for standing up.
Yeah. I don't see it happening either. I think there's so much of it that's just been turned upside down, and I believe America is actually Israel. Let me read this scripture to you again. I'll share it on my screen because I think it's pretty profound. I'll try to make it kind of make sense. This was in Zechariah. Now, Zechariah wrote his book after the captivity complete. And so he wasn't talking about, and I'll show you, he wasn't talking about ancient captivity. He says, I lift up my eyes. So this is Zechariah. And looked, and I saw a man with a measuring line in his hand. And I said, where are you going? And he said to me, to measure Jerusalem, Yerushalayim, the Yah's city of peace, to see what is its width and what is its length. And look, the messenger who was speaking to me was going out, and another messenger was coming in to meet him. So these messengers are probably 24-foot tall angels. So he said to him, run, speak to this young man, saying, Jerusalem is to remain unwalled. And right away I giggle because like Jerusalem still has its ancient wall around it. And he's talking about a Jerusalem that is to remain without ever having a wall. And then he describes why. Because of the myriads, that's what this word is, myriads of men and livestock in it. Well, there's no livestock, there's no cattle in Middle East Israel. America has, for a couple centuries now, had the largest cattle largest cattle population on earth in America. So he's talking about America, but I can a little bit further. So for I myself am to her, declares Yah. I'm her protection, basically, and I'm in her midst. So he's basically saying he came to America for his people. And then he says, he's yelling now, and flee from the land of the north, declares Yah, for I have scattered you like the four winds of the heavens, declares Yah. So this is after the scattering. And he's talking about America, but right here, the north, talk about that in a sec. Now he changes and says Zion, that's another name for Jerusalem or Israel, escape, and this is the reality that it's America, you who dwell with the daughter of Babylon. So we were just talking about that a couple of weeks ago, weren't we?
Yeah.
So that right there, those each of those verses is triggering, saying like there's been no other time in history there's a daughter of Babylon. And America is that. And one of the qualities, if you could call it a quality of Babylon, I'm going to go ahead and come back to you, Michael. But one of the qualities of Babylon is that she is the policeman, the hammer, it's called, but the Hebrew word is she's the police officer of the world. Like that is so America right there. So that's just one of the characteristics of this daughter of Babylon, that she is the police officer of everyone in the world, and she gets like she's in everybody's business all the time. And that's it. And so Israel, or everybody's business. Yeah, so we're Israel, and we're dwelling in the middle of the daughter of Babylon. So there's two things. It's not just America is Israel. It's America, or the people, God's kids in America are Israel, and they're still living in Babylon, the daughter of Babylon. So it's two things, and I think that might be the mystery.
Yeah, this mystery basically is the Israeli, the children of Abraham, his lineage, all of his seed, basically scattered all over the world.
Yeah.
So they're all over the world. There
Right.
is no one place that they were supposed to go back to. And so this craziness that they had to be set up, that didn't start until like I think the turn of the century, and that's the Rothschilds, and they were the ones that and the Rockefellers and all, they were the ones that basically got involved in that.
Yeah.
To actually, and I think at one time they were supposed to go to like Africa and started up there,
right?
And that didn't work out. And did you talk about this? Where they went?
Not the African thing, no.
Okay. So I must have watched another show, but I remember they were talking. There was like 4 or 5 different places they were supposed to go.
Yeah.
And then eventually they settled on Palestine. And it wasn't like they were going to go there because that's God's choice. That never was, like you're talking about.
Right.
They scattered.
Yeah.
And that's the way it was. So for them to come back and then start that and then push out everybody else, that's the deep state that did that.
That's right. That's right.
Britain and France and United States and probably a couple other countries basically got behind that, Germany, and pushed that.
Yeah.
It wasn't supposed to be. Like I said, there were supposed to be 5 different places, and they were like, okay, we're going to go there, and it didn't work out because no one wanted them there. And then we'll take it there, and then they forced it into Palestine.
That was massive. They created a war over it and just went and slaughtered them to create the atmosphere. And I really think so. You can tell me what you think about this, but I think they did it for the future purpose of trying to run this future sort of anti-Messiah, sort of God King over mankind out of the ancient city of Jerusalem.
Yeah.
The phony king. Yeah.
The Khazari mafia right out of, the Middle East.
Right.
And that's what we're looking at right now.
Yeah.
So, a lot of people talk about the influence of, different groups from the Middle East. All right. So we'll kind of talk around this a little bit. And how they've gone into Hollywood, how they've gone into the banking system, but they've done this over and over again throughout history.
Yes,
they've been thrown out, and everybody's like, "Oh, that they're so maligned," and it's not that spiritual religious group, the Jewish group. It is the Khazarian mafia.
That
comes in and screws it up, and they hide under the banner of the Jewish group. And, there's a lot of people that are there in Jerusalem now that, they support certain factions of this, going on because they've been raised in it, and they're part of that group, I guess, that wants this control over the whole world. They're God's chosen people.
Yeah.
The Bible hasn't said that.
Well, if I don't think they can make that claim.
I mean, you're not a biblical expert, but that I'm just asking that question for everybody. But maybe we need to really look at some of this stuff.
Well, at least if the scripture says that God chose Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, those guys, but that's not this one small group of people in the Middle East. Like you just pointed out, they got spread all over the planet. And primarily their drive was into Western Europe and then America. But still, Genesis says that Abraham was promised that he'd be the father of many great nations. And I'm like, okay, this little thing in the Middle East, it might be great, but it's not that great. And it's only one. So what happens to the promise if it's God's chosen kids? What happens to all the other ones? Is it just this one? It's not possible. It's all of Abraham's children scattered all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
So you and I could make the same claim, and if we had enough money and television, we over time, like the narrative from Adolf Hitler's guy, Goebbels says, if you tell a big lie long enough, eventually people will believe it. And so even growing up in the Christian place, we were all taught that those were God's kids, when in reality, we're all God's kids.
Yeah.
So this is crumbling, and it's really a beautiful thing because what I'm seeing in the prophets, though, it says that before this trouble hits, like this great trouble that like you're talking about when I popped on, was that the trouble comes before we come to the recognition that this is who we really were. We won't wake up to that until these harder tests come upon us. And I hate it, but man, I'm very grateful that at least you're talking about it, and we have the ability to consider it and to prepare for it and to think about it. And I don't see anybody else talking about it, Michael, anywhere. So
yeah.
And there's a lot of people, I really care about, like Tucker and all those guys. They're not talking about it at all. So,
well, they kind of went down that road a little bit, but that group basically comes at them and, screws up their funding and all that kind of stuff. And that's, I think that's what was happening at Charlie Kirk when he kind of refused to sell out and be controlled.
Right.
That $150 million. Then the other donations that he was getting started to dry up.
Right. Okay.
And, was that going to make him, ineffective, or he couldn't do his operations anymore? I can tell you from my experience, when I have been kicked off and things have dried up, I just do something else. It's like, you stay on the truth path. It's like you tell a lie enough times and people believe it. It's the same thing about the truth. You keep telling the truth enough times and people are going to be like, that's the truth. So you just keep doing that. We're truthers. They call us truthers. And I like that. I like that moniker. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah. So we keep, on the truth. We keep telling it. God protects us and God provides. Right. So I don't want, and that's because I continue to do God's work and I share the truth. So I think that Charlie Kirk, as long as he was doing that, and he seemed to be doing an exceptional job.
Yeah.
I didn't really follow him, but occasionally I knew about him. I know about a lot of people out there. I don't have time for everybody, but since that moment, last week, where he seemed to be taken off stage, and taken off stage and crazy anomalies, about the shooting. I've gone over a bunch of those, so I'm not going to belabor those here, but people are going to believe what they want to believe. It is what it is. Psychics, I was talking earlier about psychics saying certain things about, how that transpired. I'm like, your psychic stuff is not so good on this. So, and maybe it's good in other things, but a lot of psychics came out and said that Trump would win 2016. And I said, right when he came down the escalator, I said, he's going to win. And I stayed with that the whole time. And so some people get clouded, and some people try and get that analytical process moving too much into the what's going on. So I think there's going to be some good things that come out of this. So like you talked about, Turning Point. So that was his organization, Turning Point. And that's very interesting because we're at that turning point right now, I believe.
And last week when you like that just broke during our show last week, and you had just brought that on.
Yeah.
That since then, the Turning Point USA has had throngs of applications, I understand.
Yeah.
So and I think we talked about that for just a minute, that this isn't going to stop anything, because we're at this place. You're saying this over and over again, that we are not going back. We're at this place where the turning point is that the wheat and the tares are being separated. And like, nice script, they used silicone. But we're separated, and we're not ever mixing up again. We're not growing up with weeds in our yard, weeds in our meetings, that kind of thing. We're going to stay the true grain with the light and the truth.
Yeah. So, I mean, I had Leo Zagami on yesterday, and we talked about these different groups, and he talked about how these groups are very easily influenced. And we're talking about some people within the Muslim community, the extremists, I guess. And then we have these people that are kind of being brainwashed within our school systems, right?
Yeah.
And just like he mentioned, there's similarity between what's going on now, and I brought it up too with some of the people that are involved in the shooting, the furry guy, and transgender. There were brown shirts during the German time frame, and they were useful idiots. They got Hitler into power, and then once he got into power, he vilified them. So a lot of the leadership within the brown shirts were homosexuals, and he basically executed them. And he got away with it because people were, they're homosexual, you execute. Okay. So I think that's one of the things that's going to happen, because we're seeing all these people, LGBTQ, that are, doing all these mass shootings.
Yeah.
See how this is working?
Yeah.
Similar. useful idiots. So gets them into power, somebody into power. I don't know who that's going to be, but they're definitely trying to get them into power. Now, like I said at the beginning of the show, before you came in, I believe there's going to be mass problems throughout all of our cities, right? Yeah. And that's going to congeal down to a few cities eventually. But in the beginning, we're going to have because we've brought in millions, tens of millions maybe of illegal aliens. We're definitely not getting them out anytime soon. So within those are hidden these terrorist cells.
Yeah.
And Chinese nationals. I just heard from a friend that said he heard from a friend that just got out of the military. He's a senior officer type. He said that their base, at first it was like every week, Chinese were videoing their base, and they had to send somebody out to go get them, and the FBI would come pick them up, whatever, and then somebody else would come like next week, and then they do the same process. He said that every night when he left just recently, they're coming to the base and videoing every night.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we definitely have some problems.
Yes.
That are about to happen.
Yes.
And they're going to happen on a massive scale. Now we're all, kind of restrained because of these furry little creatures and the LGBT, because you can't talk about them. You can't talk about these people that are in the Middle East that, are so suppressed and oppressed and so forth. And yet they seem to have so much money that they're offering one guy 150 million. But you have to start to look at this. They've infiltrated everywhere.
Yes.
And they have a lot of money.
Yes.
And they're going to cause problems.
Huge. Huge.
Yes, huge problems.
Yeah.
Like Elon Musk is like warning. Elon Musk is no dummy. And if Elon Musk is telling you to get ready to fight for your cities, that's pretty much its go time. Kind of like the rings of Charlie Kirk's wife. She's kissing his hands, right? And she's got go on her ring fingers, or say go. It's go time.
Yeah.
So there's lots of signaling that's going on. We're getting ready for something massive coming. We need to be heads up. But demonstrations around the world for Charlie Kirk. Even in South Korea, they have Charlie Kirk signs. They're walking around with Charlie like days later.
Right. It
was obviously organized very quickly. That's very interesting, right? All around the world.
Yeah.
Millions of people demonstrating.
Yeah.
And so this is a turning point.
It is. Yeah. Yep. Globally. And I'm sure, I have little doubts that the sort of the spiritual things we're experiencing and sensing are going on worldwide as well. Yeah. 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 It's huge. And like, I'm not super savvy. I want to be, that Navy SEAL want to be. So I'm listening to you. Elon, yeah, that's good. And I know that's going worldwide, but when I listen to you, I'm like, okay, I totally trust you, and I know I see what's coming as well. Yeah. Yeah.
So one assassination attempt, and right after that, a potential mass casualty event.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's coming next?
I don't expect it to slow down for sure.
No. Yeah. So that's just two guys,
right?
Two guys that got here illegally, and how did they get all that bomb making equipment?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where did that come from?
Right.
Two guys that came to this country illegally. Yeah, they just had a pot of money, and they had all these contacts, and they were able to get all these supplies and get ready to do all these things against America. It just happened. Right? Yeah. It just happened. Yeah. We shouldn't. Mike, please don't go against the illegal aliens. They're we have to support them. No, we have to get them out of our country as fast as we can, especially the ones that are going to try and do damage to our country. And that's really going to piss some people off.
Yes. Well, I think
we've already been seeing that.
Yeah. For how long?
Yeah.
But I really feel like in the real true sense of the word, like this assassination thing is definitely really pissing people off. And like you've been saying, and Elon says, okay. So I'm like, I'm going to have Michael defend me, and that works out for them. But no, I really, and you know, for us, like in California, you got to have all these certificates and you got to get your forehead stamped to be able to open carry. I'm sort of the opinion now, just open carry or conceal carry, whatever. Like, because of how I feel about how I have learned to manage myself in this like courtroom garbage, the charges aren't going to last long anyway. You got to have just so if you guys feel afraid when you go out, carry. I guess that's what I'm saying. And that's not legal advice. That's just like, that's practical.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. In Texas, it's you can open carry. Scott McKay, everywhere he goes, he open carries.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've seen him ride around his motorcycle open carry. It's pretty cool looking. But you have to get concealed carry license to open carry. I think that's kind of smart because you have to learn. You have to show that you have an understanding of a weapon.
Right.
You know, the legal ramifications of different things that you might do with a weapon that could get you in trouble. Like you don't take your weapon out. If somebody's, you know, giving you a hard time at a bar, you don't pull out your weapon and go, "You want some of this?" You're going to get in trouble for that.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. Yeah.
Cowboy time. Yeah. So that's funny because I just went to, I was in Fort Worth. Scott McKay took us to this one area in Fort Worth where they still do cattle drives. So this one town still has like cobblestone roads and old buildings from the 1800s and bars and all that kind of stuff where they used to do cowboy shootouts, all kind of crazy stuff. But they'll run 1,000 cattle through the streets like the old days.
No way.
Oh yeah. And people get up, you know, line the streets, and they're in the bars, and they're like, you know, drinking and having a good time. Wow, what a great place! And we went down there, had some great steaks. Oh my God, Texas steaks, great beef. All right, But yeah, I mean that's Americana right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Fort Worth still American. You know,
Right.
You look at Dallas, you look at Houston, you look at Aspen. They're going to shit. You know, we got these people that are coming in that are really, you know, transforming some of these cities. So cities like that will probably have problems, unfortunately. And the good people will have to come in and clean that shit up.
And so, you know, I probably listening to you, I'm like, I think most county sheriffs are going to give away permits if you have a pretty clean record. Just go get one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, know your sheriff, know your town, everything.
Yeah.
Now Scott was telling me a story where, and I was telling people back when they were having the George Floyd riots.
Right.
I was informing people, okay, your ear is going to get hot because I was getting intel. People were calling me, contacting me, saying, "Hey, can you put it out that we're going to have some problems?" So Aspen was one of the places that I got that was going to have some problems.
Wow.
They're trying to do it very low key.
Yeah.
I was putting it out. So Scott was telling me how they showed up busloads of Antifa, BLM, and the Cowboys were waiting for them. So the Cowboys skirted through the police lines. The police just stood back, and the Cowboys went to town and put all those knuckleheads bleeding and broken up back in those buses, and they drove away.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Love it.
That's what we have to do going forward.
Yeah. They did something similar out here, and the sheriffs were right there next to the Cowboys. Kind of, it's nothing like Texas, but Yucaipa is a cowboy country.
Yeah, yeah.
And so they brought a couple Antifa buses in for some event, and the Cowboys showed up with ARs, and the sheriffs just were part of it. They just watched, and they chased them back out of town in their really, really nice buses. So somebody was paying for that. Yeah,
Exactly. Exactly.
well, like Kissinger said once, he goes, today people will rebel if we have to bring troops into the streets. In the future, they'll beg us. And so that's what they're trying to set up, so that we're like begging them because they've created this whole mess.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's not looking good. But in some places I think it will be, like you have towns like that where people are going to work together and just clean it up. It's not going to go very far. Drive it out of town. They'll go back to the big cities, and the big cities will welcome them. And we'll see how that works out for them. But it's crazy what's going to happen coming forward.
27, 2025. Welcome to the Global Defense War Monthly panel. My name is John Michael Chambers. We will cover from a military perspective just what is going on behind the scenes. Our esteemed panel today consists of 4 wartime correspondents. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi from Australian Army Special Forces, retired Colonel Delta Forces Chuck Sellers, retired Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox, Michael Jaco, retired veteran dedicated a total of 35 years serving the U.S. government in high-risk environments, and Derek Johnson, who's always on the panel, had family commitments today, but he will be joining us next month. Thank you, Derek, for coming back. This is a panel of experts with military and intelligence careers, having served their nations, some with combat experience as well, to cut through the noise to help keep us informed through their analysis of what is going on in this war and where things are heading. So thank you again, gentlemen, for your service to your country and continued service as civilians. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. All right, we're going to have the same sort. Oh, and let me make an announcement to the audience. I know you're used to seeing high quality studio production from JMC Broadcasting, from me and my team, my producer, that I woke up to that message very early this morning when we launched this, and my backup producers were unavailable. So the show goes on. We're at war. We're going to get the content out there to you. So I apologize for the lack of production, but content is king, and here we go. These are the 3 subjects to our audience I'm speaking right now that we're going to take on in this episode, so you know where we're heading. And any other issues our panel would like to bring up, we can certainly bring up. But we're going to talk about today President Donald Trump's deployment of the National Guard across America. We're going to discuss a second subject, a world without war. And we're going to discuss the global financial reset and the dismantling of the Federal Reserve and IRS. And in those 3 topics, as our panel well knows, there's a lot of data that goes far beyond the surface of what Fox News is telling us. And that's where we intend to go here with our esteemed panel. So let me just jump into this. President Donald J. Trump, Commander-in-Chief, has now authorized the deployment of the National Guard, as I understand, to 19 cities in America. And as Derek Johnson, one of our esteemed guest on this panel typically, has been telling us for years now via executive order that the National Guard had been federalized. For what? For such a time as this. Trust the plan? You bet. So on the surface, we see and get the benefit of cleaning up the crime and homelessness. We understand that benefit for sure. And President Trump made an example of that in Washington, D.C., and will continue to comb through the messes that are in this country. But what else is really going on here? Is it just a cleanup of crime and homeless? I venture to say not. Let's take on this most critically important subject in this unprecedented paradigm-shifting moment in American history with our panel, beginning with retired Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi, speaking to the oppressor that President Trump gave and the actions that are now being deployed since that, which is the cleanup of 19 estimated cities with the National Guard on the street. What's really going on here beyond that? At the same time, I'll mention, while we're doing this, the Commander-in-Chief, we're also deploying, exporting, if you will, all the illegal aliens by the plane load. So there's a lot going on here. It's fascinating. It's interesting. Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi, please make some sense of this for our audience. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, John. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Thank you for having me. This is a very exciting time in the whole operation. And as usual, I'd like to take you like the 40,000 foot view. I'm going to take the galactic view of this in the sense that let's look at the planet as a whole, and then the US as a microcosm as that, and then our countries even smaller than that. What we're seeing here is the change from limited game theory to unlimited game theory. Now, what do I mean by that? The limited game theory refers to, say, a football match or a chess game. You have limited players. You have a defined set of rules according to that both players agree to play. You have limited time. And what we've been trained to do by television, by sport and everything else, to believe that we live in a world of limited game theory. Now, a quick one-liner on game theory. Short version is this, and I'll use my analogy of the 5 crime families of New York. If anyone tries to win, everybody's position is suboptimal. So you've got the 5 crime families, and if they agree to play within their rules, they reach a state of equilibrium. Nobody's position is optimized, but they're doing the best they can. Now, the moment one family tries to win, take out all the other families, the equilibrium is destabilized, and you go through a period of massive chaos, and everybody's position is now suboptimal. Even that crime family that wants to take the lead will find that their position is worse than it was before. So this is the Nash equilibrium. The Nash was the mathematician that came up with the idea of game theory. And so what real life is unlimited game theory, not limited. Limited is a football match. It's a game of chess. And that's what we've been conditioned to expect. We're the Democrats, we're the Republicans, we're the Liberals, we're the Labor, whatever it might be. There's only 2 sides to the war, and there's a set of rules that everybody's playing by. And so we as citizens of or sovereign individuals of our nations have been trained to listen to approach this whole world as a on-off, 2-sided world according to a set of rules. And yet we, silly schmucks, will sit here and go, well, there you go. It's we're playing by the rules, but the other side don't seem to be playing by the rules. It doesn't make sense. We're constantly losing because we have a wrong view of it. We've got this limited game theory. The reality is, and this is life, and there's a philosophical underpinning to it, but life is unlimited game theory. There are unlimited number of players. It is infinite in time. There is no end state. There's no finish of the game. It just goes on and on and on. And so we've been locking ourselves into this limited game theory view of the world, which guarantees failure on our part. And there's a reason. I'm talking directly about what DJT is doing with the National Guard and federalizing them. So to the United States specifically, all Donald Trump is doing exactly the way the United States was established by the founding fathers. But the cabal, the deep state, whatever you want to call them, have so gripped up all the players that they have created this binary world. And now the DJT is federalizing the National Guard and taking federal action in a United States of separate colonies that became their own states, that became part of the United States. He is now taking that action which he is authorized to do because the states haven't taken the steps that they were authorized to do because they were shut down by cabal, and the people have ceased to take the steps that they should have taken because they're shut down by the cabal. So it's been this progressive war. Now, why are we here right now? What's happened is this. Up until now, the cabal has been operating in I guess, they haven't tried to win. They've been moving slowly into the position of we want to win this war, and they've been taking smaller steps. But now they've actually lunged for the brass ring. They wanted to have 500 million left, and they thought when they reached that stage of we are kings of the world and we're going to control this whole world, that's where the system will now fail. Their position is suboptimal, and it will continue to be suboptimal. That's the nature of life. Now, let me just get a little bit philosophical, and I have to because it'll help everyone see what is happening with greater clarity. And when you understand it, You don't say it doesn't make sense. If any of us look at a situation and say this isn't making sense, it's because our picture, our context, the prism through which we're viewing it is incomplete. That's the only reason it doesn't make sense. Now, let's get a little bit philosophical very quickly. People always say there's no darkness without light. There's no darkness without light. There's no light without darkness. But they usually do it in a negative sense. Why do bad things happen? If God was good, there'd be rainbow and sunshines and unicorns. No, the nature of life is there is both. There is darkness, there is light. So if darkness tries to win the game and exclude the light, it will just unbalance. It will lose its equilibrium because these two parts cannot exist without each other. If the good guys try to win and get rid of all, forever and a day, get rid of all of the evil in the world, never going to happen because one cannot exist with the other. We have to learn to live within this world of good and evil, but comfortably, not rail, like I used to do as a younger guy, I suppose. Well, why don't they just lock these bastards up and life would be happy? No, it'll never happen because the moment you try to win, you set the conditions for everybody to lose. This is the Nash equilibrium. This is game theory. And so all we're now doing is we're sliding out because the cabal has gone for the brass ring, as I said. They want to win. What naturally happens is, and this is just life on Earth and life in the universe, I guess, that the light comes up. You cannot extinguish all the light from the planet, even if you are Satan himself. Sorry, mate, but that doesn't work that way. You're messed up. Similarly, if we try to think that we can shape the world in the image of whichever God we like, that's not how it works. So this equilibrium, this game theory, we were convinced, just to recap, we were convinced that we were fighting this limited war. Like a game of chess, like a game of football, there's a set time, set number of players. The moment you try to exclude that, more players come up. And that's why we're here. For example, you couldn't squash us because even if you squashed us, somebody else would come up. I remember my father once said, it's amazing. You try to grow grass in the back garden and you get three pathetic little blades coming through and it never quite works. But you throw down a ton of bricks and the grass is going to come through the bricks, the cracks in the bricks. It happens every time. This is a law of the universe. This is one of God's laws. It just is the way it is. And so what we're seeing with the federalization, and I know this is philosophical, but it makes it easy to understand what's going on. Trump is just doing what he's allowed to do. But no president has done what he's allowed to do because they've been shut down from almost the very beginning. Like in Australia, a fascinating parallel. We had our Constitution 1901, and before it was even enacted, it was undermined from the very, very, very beginning of our short history as a nation state. So all we're seeing is exactly the way the US was intended to be run. Now, it seems shocking and unusual and terrifying for people. That's because they've never lived in the United States as it was designed. They've been living in this distorted, bent, controlled United States. And, 10 out of 10 to the United States people, because you have fought through, despite this oppressive evil that has been pushed upon you, you fought through. The light has to come through, doesn't matter how much dark there is, because you can't have one without the other. And because in this last phase where they wanted to finally execute their final plan, the final phase of their final operation, it was never going to work. And that's why. That's the nature of life on Earth, light and dark, good and evil. You got to learn to live with it. And so back to the analogy, the five families. So what happens is you get an equilibrium. We've got all the players, and they agree to play the rules, and new people come in, and they are either exterminated or they are accommodated. But the equilibrium has to be established and maintained in the view of an unlimited approach to game theory. And once you get that, it's fantastic. It makes sense. So there's nothing concerning about what DJT is doing, except for the fact that people have never seen it before, except for the fact that states haven't done their job, and except for the fact that people, since the War of Independence, have banded together and said, we're going to take control. All law derives from us. We are sovereigns. Our government works for us. They're like the plumbers that turn up and fix the pipes, and when they don't do the job, you sack them and you get some new people in. They're finally seeing it. And so this is a very exciting moment in the whole plan. One last point before I stop, because this war's had many moving parts, and we'll talk about a world without war. Well, let's define war. the multifaceted warfare. People have been saying it's a psyop. No, the psyop is their psychological operations. That's just a technique that's applied, like the kinetic aspect, like all the other aspects that are woven into this thing. And so this. If anyone's waiting for a signal that we're near the end, this is without a doubt it. The visible part is DJT federalizing the National Guards and doing what he is authorized to do. And thanks to Derek Johnson and clarifying for all of us, there's two chains of command here. There's one, the commander-in-chief, the other is president of the United States, but the commander-in-chief takes precedence. Why? Because that existed before the Constitution and before the nation actually had any shape or form. Mm-hmm. So what we're seeing is a transition to, it's almost like a transition back to what is intended by the founding fathers, and people should be over the moon. Actually, I will make one last point, and we can expand on it later, because this still relates to game theory. Let's say when all this is done, people are terrified of someone claiming to be king of the world, and peace and goodwill to all men will descend upon us. And Plato's Republic, where the philosopher king takes over and rules the people in a benevolent way. Not going to happen, can't happen. And the white hats know this. That's why DJT and others, when they're talking about, not in the mainstream, but it's certainly at the level we've been chatting, DJT is keen that every nation is a sovereign nation pursuing its individual needs. They do not want the world and all the nations of the world to be under the United States in a subordinate manner, simply because they will be establishing the conditions for another disequilibrium. Once again, getting back to it, when every player around the table pursues their own objectives, and now think of the nation states of the world. Like in Australia, I can guarantee you this. I mean, I love the United States and we'll be through thick and thin with you, but I'm going to be a thorn in your side because I've got different views of how we want to run Oz. But that's necessary to establish this equilibrium where we all have our own objectives, we pursue our own best interests, but then we agree that it's going to be a suboptimal situation. None of us are going to push it to the point where we want everything. We're taking the whole thing. No, because that's when the disequilibrium kicks in and then we fall into chaos. So this should, I only say that to calm those around the world that are watching the US and hearing statements like, well, you'll be under the US like the states of the United States are under the federal government. That's terrifying a lot of people. But it won't take that shape. It can't, because that will set the preconditions for another collapse. DJT and the White Hats want sovereign nation states to pursue their selfish best interests and then to work cooperatively, without a doubt, under an umbrella, but to work cooperatively according to a set of rules, which will be suboptimal, but a whole lot better than constantly going to war. So I'm sorry if that took a bit longer than you might have expected, but I thought it was important for this stage of the op for people to get that idea of what game theory is and how it applies to where we are now, and more importantly, how it predicts a future, which I think Trump's called the golden age, and we might want to talk about Hamilton's, your founding father Hamilton's talk. He actually mentions the golden age in Federalist number 6, wow, telling us we're not ready for perfect wisdom and virtue. So please don't expect, rainbows and unicorns and happiness. No, we're going to have to work at this. The golden age will be brilliant, but let's not be naive about it. We are still very incomplete as beings. We make mistakes. We have imperfect knowledge, but the structure has to be so that we have the best opportunity to advance global history, the global development, even with all the problems we've got out there with other nations that have nothing in common with us, philosophically, morally, culturally, but at least we can advance in a way that we won't descend into this level of chaos and destruction ever again.
Well, thank you very much for educating us and bringing all that game theory to the surface. I took a few notes and we'll go around to the panel. And I just want to comment back real quick. Obviously, to our audience, I'm talking here, the president is acting legally, lawfully, and constitutionally, which Ricardo has mentioned, and we want to put that on the record for certain. Second, he's not a dictator, as the left narrative is saying, and even some weaklings on our side. I would also want to comment back. You mentioned, Ricardo, about nations being sovereign in their own right, if you will. And that's exactly what the president said in 2016 UN speech, as you recall, if you saw that. He said, I'm going to make America great again and do this, that, and that for my country, and you should do the same for yours. And you brought that point up as well. So we're going to thank you. And one last thing, Ricardo, if you can, I'm only speculating. If you have speakers in your studio, maybe turn them down, because there was a little bit of back ping, even on mine. Maybe that's not the situation. But anyway, thank you. We heard you very, very clearly, just the same. Same question to the panel. Again, just to rephrase it a bit, we're discussing President Trump's deployment of the National Guard under the, I don't want to say the guise, because we are cleaning up the crime, and that is very important. And we are cleaning up the homelessness and not just kicking them out. I mean, this is very, very good stuff. But there's a whole lot more going on here with the deployment of the National Guard and plane loads of people being thrown back out of the country that are here illegally. How do you see this? What would be your contribution to that dialogue? Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox, sir, thank you. Please share your views.
Well, I live right outside of D.C., about 10 miles. I haven't been to D.C. in 10 years. Used to work downtown, but I haven't been there in 10 years. The reason is Trump's comment about crime. I had a guy working for me for a while, and we were working downtown, and he said, don't send me to that free fire zone, because that's what D.C. was known as. I believe that we are going after the tunnels under the Capitol, under the White House, under all of the government buildings that run the children and run those items, in addition to cleaning up the crime in D.C. And cleaning up the homeless. They've done a phenomenal job on cleaning up the crime. But I believe that we're going underground. I believe the reason he's going to Chicago next is Chicago is crime-ridden, and there's a lot underneath the ground, to include probably some submarine bases that are tied to child trafficking. Because if you look at the Great Lakes, they're pretty big. So when we look at this, we have to understand that it's not just about cleaning up the crime in the streets and the homeless, but it's also about going underground and getting those dumbs out. I also see that we're playing a game of five-sided chess. That is, Trump has a five-sided chessboard that he's playing this whole thing globally on. And this is one of the five sides as the Republic, and he's stated it, that the Republic is here now and we're not under the corporation. And now we're cleaning up the corporation. And Chicago's next, New York, Los Angeles, and a whole bunch of other places. Mm-hmm. But they say, and I saw a map earlier today, that the places that he's talking about cleaning up also happen to be where the most tunnels and dumbs are, what they call the underground bases. Mm-hmm. So when we look at this, yes, it's great that this National Guard's on the surface, but it's also important to understand that the U.S. Army is under the ground, and the reserves are also on active status, have been for years. They were all called up. So we're looking at a major final attack on the children and saving the children.
Wow, thank you for bringing that to our attention. So it's not just the National Guard is what you're saying, and you got the reserves and the U.S. military to some extent, and it is addressing issues above and below, and that's very, very important. We take the same question to the rest of the panel. Lieutenant Colonel Chuck Sellers, how would you like to weigh in on all this as well?
Oh, I agree with what Tom said. I mean, I agree wholeheartedly with what Tom said. I think I might have seen the same maps that you looked at today, Tom, and because I was looking at them at the same thing. They're talking about sending to the 19 cities in these different states, and if you overlap the 19 cities over the DUMS maps that Tom's talking about, the nodes coincide. And and I think it is about the child trafficking and all of that stuff. What I really liked was the way this thing unfolded in DC. I think this is a campaign plan that's been written quite a while ago, because it's unfolding right down the lines of a campaign plan that you would do in a theater of operations in a wartime scenario, except this one is happening here.
Yeah.
But it's just as methodical. It looks like it's just as well planned out as any other campaign plan, that I've been involved with, outside of the country and the war zones and this and that. I think it's awesome. And that was a really smooth deployment of 2,300 troops into DC to do this. Not only that, just the fact of how they interacted and are interacting with law enforcement and federal agencies there. I mean, it's a pretty smooth operation that's going on. And like I think you said it, Tom, that happened this morning, early morning, in 13 days. That does not happen, and so I think it is having an effect. And I'll tell you, the effect is presence of authority.
Yes.
In all of these subdivisions, in all of these neighborhoods. You have presence of authority that calm things down. And the other thing I was looking at today, everybody's up in arms about the fact that they're armed and this and some of them are carrying rifles, some of them are carrying pistols, but good portion of the troops that are walking the streets in DC right now are armed. And guess what? They're going to be armed in Chicago when they go there, and they're going to be armed in the next city that they go there. And none of that is illegal, because people say, oh, well, what about posse comitatus and all that stuff? Well, that's why I say I think this has been thought out for quite a while, and I look at it as a campaign plan. He put the troops in under Title 32, not Title 10. So they're under Title 32, Section 502F, which does not require waiver of posse comitatus. Brilliant. That's friggin' brilliant. So, and that's why I keep thinking the more it unfolds, the more it looks like a really, really well thought out campaign plan that's being handled in phases. And I believe that Chicago is going to be the next phase as it comes. And that's why the people that are running Chicago are bitching so loud right now about the fact that we don't need your help and all this stuff. Well, you know what? Does that sound like a city in the United States, in this republic? That sounds like something in whatever third world place you want to pick. But it's just ridiculous. And so when you hear these lawmakers that are in Chicago bitching about this stuff, you just have to shake your head and go, Lord have mercy. And that's why I think that this whole thing was thought out. It's a campaign plan. They know who the bad players are going to be on the other side, and I think they have plans for handling all of this stuff. I'm kind of impressed with it, actually.
Well, thank you. Great analysis. And I took a few notes again, just a brief feedback. If you can, I don't know if you have the capability to do this, but can you elaborate on what Title 32 is?
All I know is that you have, most of the time, ever since the 1800s, whatever, posse comitatus is involved. So if you have, it's basically you can't have armed troops on the ground to enforce law under those rules. So he didn't use that rule. This is another one that it talks about. I think I haven't really looked at Title 32 in detail since I read this today, but I believe it addresses use of and how you can use National Guard to assist law enforcement in the country,
Gotcha.
which totally makes sense. And that's exactly what's happening on the ground.
Yeah, and you're right. And I saw the panel nodding when you were talking about how perfectly executed and successfully executed this plan was, that this didn't come up with this 2 weeks ago. This has been a long time in the making. I mean, if you think back to when the executive order happened to federalize the National Guard, that probably the plan of the deployment we see probably happened back then. This is speculation.
I was going to mention that, John. I totally agree with that. You know, when you think back on it, when he nationalized the Guard, I mean, he nationalized hundreds of thousands of guys. Well, that was not just by an accident. And that's why I'm saying that when all that happened, that was all part of the campaign plan. And now we're just executing the plan. And these units have probably been doing their planning for what their phases, what their parts in each phase are going to be for quite a while now.
Mm-hmm. You know, two quick comments, and we'll go on to Michael Jaco. Based on what you reported here, you know, there's reports that are out there, people can find them quite easily, that the residents in Washington have come out almost like applauding their community is finally safe. I've seen videos of people walking down clean streets and going, wow, would you look at this? I mean, you know, that's real life. That's real living. These are real people. That's America, and that's good news. And you mentioned the lawmakers all up in a tiff and all pissed off over there in Chicago. Well, let them be exposed, and let others that be exposed. I mean,
exactly.
You got a problem with that? Streets clean, directing the homeless somewhere. You got a problem with that? Let them have it. You know, we're getting a lot of value out of this deployment. Now, I'm wondering if it'll be as smooth as it's been in DC, in the other cities as we get there. I'm going to say, from one side, I'm going to say maybe yes, because we're going to get better and better at it, but maybe not. There could be some surprises thrown our way. But let's take this question over to Michael Jaco. You know the subject, Mike. If you want to take that on now, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, all of us have had that intuitive hit on certain things. It's something you develop in combat and so forth. You understand things before they happen. A lot of times, that's what I've been able to tap into on a deep level. People were asking me over 5 years ago, "Do you see a civil war?" And I said, "No, I don't see a civil war, but I do see several cities that will be in extreme violence." Now, if you look at the border, we basically have sealed the border. We've stopped anything from coming in there. I think that we're going to get involved down south. That's part of this. Stopping more immigrants, illegal immigrants or terrorists from coming across the border, and helping in these big cities. A city like Chicago, the mayor has already said that he wants everybody to rise up against the people coming to help and save them. So we're probably going to see this thing get a little bit more exciting as we move forward, and it'll probably continue to build on that. But I always thought this would be a reactive type of situation where we would start to see violence in the big cities as they moved into the big cities and started to hold. And this is where we're going to fight. We're going to fight in the big cities. It's where we have all our people. Our terrorists that we brought in, our legal immigrants are going to fight for us. Which is good because we're getting rid of a lot of them. So I think we're getting rid of a lot of the fighters. That's magnificent. But I do see there's probably going to be some violence in there, but reactive. I thought we were going to be reactive. So this is very exciting for me to see, President Trump taking going in there and stopping it before it starts at all. And that's what he's done in D.C. He's claimed D.C., put up a couple flags on each side of the White House. He brought in the troops for the 250th anniversary. Had a bunch of troops, say their allegiance to the United States, swear in. It was magnificent. All the tanks running down the streets. He basically a show of force. And now he has the troops that are coming in. So he's proactive instead of reactive. This basically is shutting down a lot of problems that would have come. And Tom did a really good job talking about underground warfare that's been going on for many years in every country. Australia has a lot of underground tunnels that were taken out. So it's happening everywhere. I think it's going to be very exciting. Like I said, in some of these cities, Chicago will be the first test. If they get a little bit violent, then just like we saw in LA, which was a test case, we sent the National Guard in, we sent the Marines in because ICE needed some help. We sent the National Guard to protect them, and then we sent the Marines in to protect the National Guard. So, fortunately, it didn't get violent. I'm very surprised. So this proactive, phase that we're going through right now is really shutting down some of the activity that would have been a lot of violence. So it's catching them off guard. I don't know if they're going to be able to recover from this. I'm sure we're going to see something downrange, but this is moving in a really good direction.
Yeah, excellent. Proactive and preemptive, and so far DC's the model, and it has worked. It'll be fascinating, and I'm sure some viewers are saying, well, what are the 19 cities? I should probably take it and publish it up on our website, but it's available out there if you're visiting MAGA circles. And you gentlemen named some of the cities: Miami, Chicago, probably Detroit, Los Angeles, DC, and so forth. What's that?
Philly, I think Philly might be one of them.
I would imagine it would be.
Yep.
And there's a common denominator, as we know, and we're not saying that. Someone commented to me in a public set, said, Chambers, there's bad people on the other side too. Believe me, we know that. Probably 90% of the Republicans need to go too if they already haven't been ousted. But what we are talking about here is the cleanup. The fact of the matter is those cities are chosen for a reason. And those cities just happen to be, by and large, Democrat-governed cities. That's the way it is. It's not a bias. It's just a fact. But thank you, Michael. You know what we're going to do? We're going to work into the reverse here. So, Mike, I'm going to start with you since I've got you here on this next question. Second question to the panel: a world without war? And I raise that as a question. I'm 67 years old. My entire life, there's been war, multiple wars sometimes in any given moment. That's the way it's been. And it becomes just, well, that's crazy. So a world without war, never been, again, in my lifetime. So can this be the dawning of the golden age? Is this one of the beginning signs that we're heading into a different paradigm? I mean, a world without war is pretty remarkable. President Trump has ended, last count, I think, 8 wars in the past few months, including Cambodia and Thailand. And I'll just take a brief moment and comment on that because I'm just a couple of hours away from those bombs that were dropping in the country of Thailand, where I am. And so I got to see local reports and such from the Bangkok News and all that, and people I know that live in the areas. And I don't have the hard stats now, and I hate to misstate them, but at one point, I think there were 17 civilians. There's been many more with limbs gone and so forth on both sides, Cambodia and Thailand, in terms of, these types of issues. They bombed a 7-Eleven, okay? I mean, the Cambodians did here in the country of Thailand. And of course, Donald Trump, the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, in charge of the Global Defense Alliance war, reshaping course of correction for humanity, sat them down as well. And lo and behold, the killing has stopped. And I want to mention this because this is news that's not hitting hard in America because I'm over here in Southeast Asia, but it hits hard here. There are video clips and feeds I've looked at. 7,000 Cambodian monks assembled, thanking the president, our president, and furthermore, encouraging the Nobel panel to give him the Nobel Peace Prize. But 7,000 monks. Now, monks don't typically get involved in politics, but they came at it from the sense of saving lives, which a monk would want to do. So I applaud the Cambodian monks, and I applaud both countries' leaders for stopping the killing. And so anyway, the big mess, of course, is Ukraine. So Trump has settled 7 or 8 conflicts and wars. And Ukraine is still on the table, as I understand, and I believe that'll soon resolve. So please, Mike, provide your views and insights at any and every level as to what is taking place here on the geopolitical landscape concerning wars. But first, allow me to say this just to get it out there. John Bolton, the Trump-hating, treasonous warmonger, is just the tip of the iceberg of what I see happening. So I see things changing with the European Union leaders arriving at the White House with virtually no notice, sitting before the president, the supreme commander-in-chief of this global events war. And there they were sitting there, kind of looked like taking orders, if you will. I didn't hear the dialogue, but it looked that way. So what's happening from that viewpoint concerning the war machine that we have lived through our entire lives and the geopolitical realignment that you see taking place? Take it away, Michael.
Yeah, see, like Ricardo was talking about, you're going to see a takedown of the deep state, and then a balancing. You're going to have Trump, the good guys with white hats, take charge, and they're going to stop the wars because the deep state causes all the wars. Think back to COVID. There were no wars happening during COVID. The whole world was locked down.
That was the war.
Controlled the whole world, right? So that's going to flip now. We're going to see the exact opposite. We're going to see the good guys, higher consciousness, golden age, basically take over and flip that, completely flip that. So the deep state has no war. There's no greed and, money and the psychopaths, that love to see killing and destruction. They're basically taken off the stage. They're completely gone. And that's going to be part of what we're going to see moving forward. And just like we're talking about the cities, it's like I said, it's a brilliant proactive move that President Trump does that catches everybody off guard. I never would have guessed that it would happen like that. I was like, it's going to be reactive. They're going to crush these cities. We're going to come in and surround them and build walls, and it's going to be like Ukraine. All the buildings are going to be blown up. But here we are, DC. People are coming up to the National Guard and the police and thanking them. It's like the first time that they've ever come back into their streets in years. There's DC police that have worked there for 20, 30 years. They've never seen, like Tom was talking about, a time where, it's week after week. It's usually every other day somebody's getting killed or more. So it's turning around. It's stunning how fast it's happening.
And great news. And also, and I know you know this, Michael, you alluded to some potential concerns of some trouble on the streets. And so to our audience, be vigilant and be prepared just the same. But Trump, the man of surprises, as he told us, I'm not going to tell you what my next move is when it comes to war material. Common sense, kind of, really. Same question to Colonel Chuck Sellers. We're talking about the repositioning of a world without war. How do you see this?
Well, I mean, I agree with what Mike was saying, but he again, I just feel that this thing is being very well orchestrated. It goes right back to the last show, I think, when we were talking about when he did those airstrikes into Iran. Mm-hmm. That forestalled any action that would have been, really bad on the part of the Israelis during that thing. So, but I think it's all part of the same. It's all together. It's all integrated. It's all part of the same overall campaign plan. And it's all about. It is all about stopping wars, and letting peace emerge. So to me, it ties all together really well, I think. Just a month ago, we were talking about this stuff, and this stuff happens now. And we were talking about LA. That was well done also. And this one is unfolding. It just looks like it's all planned out and working pretty well. Now, every campaign, the best plan lasts right up until the first shot's fired. And then other things happen and you have to adjust. So that's going to happen. And I'm sure that's going to happen. But there's the guys who did the planning on this stuff know that. And so there's going to be alternate courses of action to take depending on what actions do happen. So I'm just kind of enheartened about the way it's all unfolding. So I think maybe there is a chance for peace down the line.
Unbelievable.
You know, it's not going to be total peace, but I believe we're working in the right direction.
So encouraging to hear, especially from what, well, we've been through in 100 years, but what we've been through in the last 10 years, the battered down soul of the average American who's just trying to live the American dream and instead living the American nightmare. A world without war, it's coming, folks. I believe that. Thank you. Same question to Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox, if you want to comment on the war structures and changes that you see happening.
I want to make one comment on the National Guard and the military. I believe that I understand that what Trump actually did was he gave all of them marshals badges. So they're not just National Guard, they're also marshals.
Which allows them to do something additional?
What U.S. Marshals do.
Yes.
Which is take active action.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
Interesting.
And on the worldwide thing, I think we have to go back and look at Eisenhower's comments about the big firms, the big companies. The big companies are who want the war.
Yeah.
Because if we don't have war, they don't make any money. Because if I have tanks and the Russians have tanks and they're about equal, why are we going to go buy a new tank? Because the Russians have agreed they're not going to buy a new tank. So we have to look at some of that with Eisenhower going back to there. I saw something the other day where Trump has said he wants the fence painted with black paint down in Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, and California, because nobody is going to put their hands on black paint in that heat down there. That's an aside. It's a good one.
Yeah,
it's a good point.
But when we look at the different countries that have had conflicts, I think about Armenia and Azerbaijan. Why are they fighting? Armenia, during the Soviet Union, was building all the electronic gear. Azerbaijan had a different role. They'd like to have, both of them would like to have the same stuff, but they fought about it instead of sitting down at the table and realizing that if they have a BRICS and everybody's dollar is worth the same amount, then they don't need to fight. They just need to trade. And that's the other piece that Trump is doing, the trade piece. People don't understand how powerful trade can be if it's an equal footing, equal area. If it's not equal, then people get really upset and they go to war because it's an economic issue. But if I have a dollar and he has a dollar and we can go in there and we can trade back and forth, there's not going to be a need for fighting because my dollar is equal to his dollar. My gold is equal to his gold. And I have gold and he has gold. And we know we both have gold. And so all of those things play in this solving the wars issue. Cambodia, not as wealthy as Vietnam. Vietnam is a very wealthy nation right now. Cambodia is not. So they go to war because Cambodia wants some of what Vietnam's got, or vice versa. So what happens is if my dollar and his dollar are exactly the same, we can just trade back and forth and grow both countries.
You know, it's an overused term, Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox here, the term being paradigm shifting moment. But as listening to what you're saying, this truly, truly is a paradigm shifting moment. And that was some great analysis tying in the tariff aspect and the even keel playing field. We'll take the same question to Ricardo Bossi, Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi. You know the subject at hand. Please weigh in if you will, and then we'll close out with our third and final question.
Sure. This moment in history is where it's an equivalent to the treaties of Westphalia, which were two treaties signed in 1648. One ended the 30 Years' War within the Holy Roman Empire, where the member states were at war with each other, based largely on religion, but other things as well. And also the 80 Years' War between the Republic of Spain and the Republic of the Dutch. And there were land claims there. So what happened as a result of these trying to end these two destructive wars, where they established what was the basis of what we now understand as state sovereignty and the foundation of the modern state system. And what we came out with after those two treaties were signed is respect for sovereignty, respect for boundaries, and the right of those member states within the Holy Roman Empire to establish alliances and pursue their own objectives. So the Holy Roman Empire and the emperor himself lost a lot of power, but what it did was it ended the wars. So it was a rules-based system between nations, and that is the basis of the nation state. Now, where we're moving to now is that's going to expand beyond just immediate application, as was started in Europe and was eventually spread throughout the planet, but again controlled by the cabal. And it's exactly right. I think Tom mentioned the corporations. That's another part. But first step is this. We're going to have, this is the post-war world, a rules-based system advancing sovereign states, but now the rules will be different because we're talking about war. Now, wars, as we've seen them to date, I don't think will reoccur. There will always be acts of aggression simply because there are different nation states facing different growth trajectories. Some are vertical cliffs with a few overhangs. Others are quite gently moving up. And so you can't, just like you can't create democracy in Afghanistan for obvious reasons for anybody that's been there, you can't create a trading partner with a country that has no history or understanding of it. So we've got this very unbalanced set of nations, but they will be advancing according to a set of rules, which we will all collectively agree to, and that's sensible things, in order to obviate war, prevent the conditions for war, and allowing all the nations to grow in their own time, in their own space, in their own way. Now, that's that part. So there'll be a new rules-based order for the nation states to deal with each other, and there will be losers in this. France, for example, and it's still got an empire. It still has imperial controls over Africa. China is doing the same globally. China's going to have to back off a lot, get out of the Western Pacific. China's going to have to get out of Africa. They're going to be reined in, and the way that's done isn't so much with a finger in the face, because part of the rules-based setup that I'd like to see happen is, for example, there won't be trade with people who use slaves. Well, that shuts down China immediately. And so they're going to go from a powerhouse, an economic powerhouse based on slave labor and forced contracts, like from idiotic governments like the Australian government that's made us completely dependent upon them. That'll change. And all of a sudden, we'll have to every nation's going to have to apply these rules and behave themselves. Because there will still be acts of aggression. There will still be individuals and organizations that have to be recalibrated, let's put it nicely. And that includes corporations. Once again, we can never again allow a corporation to be more powerful than a nation state. And I've said this before, and I'm quite happy about it. Well, if they don't behave themselves, we'll send the lads into a boardroom, grab the chairman of the board and the board of directors, and we'll throw them into a deep, dark hole. Those days are done, because that's one of the largest mechanisms by which we are stripped of our rights. And so this rules-based order, it's going to be the Treaty of Westphalia 2.0, but globally. The nature of war, the nature of war will change. We have to redefine war, because it's not just soldiers in well-pressed suits and sharp bayonets anymore, as we've seen. There's economic war, there's financial war, there's trade war, there's any number of behaviors which will now be globally, and I'm not talking UN style, so don't get me wrong, but globally we'll put them in the doghouse if they do it. You can't do that anymore. And so collectively, everyone tells China, no, we're not trading with you. See you later on your bike. Unlike Australia, for example, where I am deeply ashamed of our people and our government and what they've allowed to do. We sell a lot of wheat and wine to China, and so we've got these vineyards and farmers out there saying, well, we don't care if the slaves, if the Chinese are harvesting organs from the Falun Gong and the Uyghurs, who are the ethnically Chinese Muslims. We're harvesting organs, vivisections, basically, for on-demand organ transplants. Well, we're not going to do that because that's against the rules, and nobody gets to trade with you. And China's going to have to grow up and understand that, they might be a great nation. They think they're a great nation, but they never had the guy nailed to a cross saying, you can't do that because we're all equal. And so this new set of rules, this rules-based relationship between all the nations where everybody gets a chance to stand up, and Africa's going to be, watch out, Africa. Man, you watch the African nations take off like rockets. So we're going to have to really be on our toes to be competitive, and do what we've got to do the right way, because this family of nations, and it'll be untidy. And this comes back to the game theory. The more internal competition we can get, that equilibrium, will be fine. Anybody who tries to dominate, they're going to be shut down real quickly because they will destabilize the whole planet. And that's why we got to look at the whole planet when we do this. We can't look at a region. There will be like the Anglophone countries, United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, United Kingdom, for example. There's a natural grouping with a natural cultural history and understanding. And so I can see us being this group of nations being the driving force behind it. Then you've got Europe, but Europe's got so many dramas, they really need to take a few years off to the side to reestablish who the hell they are, because they have truly forgotten who they are. But a rules-based order, Westphalia 2.0, if anybody steps outside the line, and there will always be acts of aggression, you'll never get rid of all of them, so we're still going to need the military, the police, in a different form, but still has to be there. Terrorism has to be redefined, and the actions against the terrorists have to be redefined. But this is where we as a species on the planet grow up. We all have to step up, and people have to be given, different nations have to be given time to do it. That doesn't mean it comes at the cost of the developed nations, which is what the new new international economic order was designed to do. All the first world nations with strong manufacturing capability, for example, had to hand it over to China, and then we lost our capacity to manufacture. Australia's in a terrible spot. What we all have to do is, again, pursue our own economic interests and compete, as for the first time probably, in a reasonably balanced way with each other, and come up with a series of bilateral trade agreements rather than multilateral trade agreements, which are complete nonsense because everybody loses badly. So, you've got an African country with an advantage in diamonds and gold. Well, away you go. Do what you can do with your diamonds and gold. Not so much diamonds, because there's a problem there that's we need to address. But let's say whatever resources they have, they can take whatever advantage they can of their natural situation. Singapore, no resources, tiny island, but geostrategically critical for trade, for example. So it has its strong points too. And they're all going to have to stand on their own 2 feet. They really are. They're going to have to develop themselves, and this will take a long time. But that's okay, because when a plant grows slowly, it gets deep roots. And so as long as the soil is fertile and we give this plant to grow, then we're going to have this will be a golden age. It will take a while to get there, but it really will be, because wars as we have seen them, which Mike accurately says that the cabal made them. I mean, the history, as it's going to be coming out shortly, every war that was created for the last few hundred years at least didn't have to happen. World War I was supposed to go into the early 1920s. That was the cabal's plan. Thankfully, we had an Australian general that could actually coordinate infantry, armor, artillery, aviation into synchronized divisional and corps battles down to the minute almost. and he shut it down by 1918. It was not supposed to happen. It was supposed to drag on. The US went in 1917. The rest of us have been there since 14. The US was supposed to be there for 5 years because they could make good money out of that. So that sort of war, no. But will there be acts of violence that we need to protect ourselves against? Absolutely. Will there be acts of violence that nations will impose upon their own people, to which we will react violently? Yes. And it'll be a case of we'll finally be able to fight wars and not set the conditions for the next one. It will take time. It's going to take patience. It's going to take forbearance. It's going to take wisdom. It's going to take some pretty violent action occasionally and a better educated public. That redefined war, redefined terror, a set of rules-based behaviors by nation states. It's going to be an extraordinary time. A lot of work. These are the great labors of peace. The tribulations of war as we have seen them are coming to an end, and the great labors of peace will now take priority. And just so we're clear on that, the foundation of that is an educated public. And we in Australia, we spend a lot of time getting people to understand from first principles what it is to be a nation state. Where does freedom come from? What is the origin of your sovereignty? Where are the limits of sovereignty? Where do we impose rules upon ourselves rather than having laws written? So an educated and moral people, that's the foundation that every one of these countries is going to have to get to. In Hindu countries have different belief systems to Christian countries. Even Judaic rules are Babylonian in origin, and this is going to take time. And it's not our problem, for example, the West, the Western Christian nations, not our problem to solve their deficiencies or whatever shortcomings they have in their culture and their philosophy, which is holding the people back. It's their problem to solve, and we're going to help them. But it's their problem to solve. I've spent a lot of time in the Middle East, a lot of time in Southeast Asia. It's not our problem. It's their problem. They're going to have to do it, apply the rules. And if they do, we as a planet will grow. And that will genuinely become the golden age. But it's going to take a while. But that's warfare. It's very, very different. But we can do it. There's no doubt we can do it. Absent the deep state and the cabal, we'll knock this on the head. And we'll be in a great place. We're going to see a lot of advances in, say, 2, 5, and 10 years. It'll be a different planet. Now, it'll continue for the next 2, 3, 4 generations without a doubt. He's got other countries that are behind the eight ball. But it's going to be an extraordinary place. And we will see sufficient joyful benefits. Is the nicest way. It's just fantastic. We're going to say, I cannot believe it. This is so much better than I ever imagined life on Earth would be, and it will be.
Wow, thank you very much. Great analysis. You unpacked a lot of stuff, and there's a theme that brought us back to what Tom Lennox talked about before, which you brought up as well, that being the power of proper trade. And a couple of other quick follow-ups. I took some notes. Juan O'Savin, I just published an interview with him yesterday, predominantly all about South Africa, which is where he is right now. And you're absolutely right about the turmoil and the change that's coming and the potential over there. And of course, China, is where they don't belong once again. And a quick comment. The corporations you talked about getting involved, to keep war on the docket. If Derek was here, he could cite the specific executive orders, but we know the executive orders that the president put in place some years ago, whether I don't have them at the tip of my tongue, 13818 or 13848, but one of these executive orders spoke to not only individuals and other entities, government, but corporations that may be found guilty of various different acts. He could freeze their assets, and so he's got them in check too. And so you really unpacked a lot of things there. And okay, so we're going to take on the final and third question to the panel, and we'll start with Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi. We're going to talk about the global financial reset and the dismantling of the Federal Reserve and the IRS, making almost even mainstream headlines to some extent. When you visit the podcaster world, the good ones that know what's going on, you get a lot deeper in there. I've mentioned this before, I'll say it again. The legendary G. Edward Griffin and former Congressman and twice presidential candidate Ron Paul, both of which I had the privilege and opportunity to have worked with back in around 2010 in that space there. These gentlemen both, I know Ron Paul just turned 90. I think Mr. G is about that age as well. They must be doing cartwheels in their living rooms right now. And we thank them for their brave work. They were lone voices decades ago, calling them all out, including Greenspan and Bernanke and G. Edward Griffin's Creature of Jekyll Island, and so forth and so on. May God bless these two gentlemen, and I hope that I'm trying to get Ron Paul on a Conversations of Consequence interview. We'll see if I can pull that off with the contact that I have. But anyway, that's a setup for the final question. So let me throw a few things out there to our viewers, and this sets the stage. President Trump, 2016, he said to us at the RNC, "I am your voice." President Trump said to us in 2016 at the inauguration, with the military behind him and all the enemies in the pit on the left-hand side, he said, "I'm giving you back your country." These weren't slogans. These were promises. No. Promises made. These were pledges, and this is his campaign to return the country back to us. So we're on the subject of the economy. 620 plane loads of gold taken from the Vatican tunnels, quadrillions of dollars worth, put it into fiat. Let's talk about reset indicators for those who don't trust the plan. Audit the Fed and Fort Knox has been raised as an issue. Both cliffhangers right now. Hanging chads, if you will, but I don't think we're finished with those two subjects. Jerome Powell spent $3 billion on buildings and renovations when President Trump said you should have just spent $50 million on renovations. He paraded him around in an embarrassing setting for the world to see. He is known as too late. And of course, Trump is speaking about the lack of movement on the interest rate cycle. And I read a report that President Trump's considering suing Jerome Powell. And that's the tip of the iceberg for the Federal Reserve and Jerome Powell. Then we have the IRS commissioner fired, replaced by who? Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. We have President Trump fired just the other day. I read a report, a Federal Reserve governor. They have a board of governors. One woman who's in charge of was fired by Trump due to mortgage fraud allegations. We have Dan Scavino. A lot of people say, oh, he just posts memes. He posts memes as a voice for the president. And he's been with the president for over 2 decades. He's easy to follow and entertaining. Follow Dan Scavino because he just posted a couple of weeks ago 3 words: abolish the IRS. And President Trump, tariffs, he said this: tariffs working so well, we don't even need an income tax. Folks, I'm connecting the dots on those that don't believe there's a plan. And you can't give your country back to the people without giving control of the currency and the economy back to the people. So we have the talk of the return stolen wealth, which Tom Lennox spoke very, very, very well on my Global Financial Reset show. I like to visit that with the whole panel. Talk of the return of the stolen wealth, because it was all fraudulent, or much of it, back to the people, and how that might play out. And there is so much more. We have QFS, XRP. We've got the president signing certain things through actions of those specific things, stable coin, gold being used once again to back our currency per the Constitution. So that's a lot I just unloaded purposefully to stimulate all the valuable input from our panel. So we'll go with Ricardo, we'll go in reverse here, and what is happening concerning all that, and where do you speculate? And I want to just underscore this. While we have a panel of military and intelligence experts here, I believe firmly that none of us really know exactly how and when this QFS transition from where we are to where we will be will play out. But we certainly have a panel that can weigh in very expertly and get us to go down our own rabbit holes and explore this subject, because it's not conspiracy theory, it's conspiracy fact, and it's unfolding before our eyes. Ricardo, Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi, please take this subject on for us, if you will.
Yeah, that list of events which indicate it's already started. the trouble is, those of us who know, we know what we know, so we know. So we see the Fed go down. We know who G. Edward Griffin is. We know who Ron Paul is. We know what they've been talking about. The trouble is, the great majority of people have no clue. And so when we say, you say something like the Fed's been taken down or the IRS is being abolished, most Americans don't know the IRS has no constitutional basis. So it's an unauthorized organization. So to take it down, they go, oh, okay. It's a bit like the Australians. Really? Okay. They don't get the implication of it. So we can keep, and the white hats keep rolling out these changes, and people are saying, well, I'm looking for a sign that things have changed. Well, the white hats can keep rolling this stuff out, but they'll never get the people's attention until they zero their bank accounts for 3 days. Then you're going to get their attention. And it's not because they're silly. It's just because they're so complex, and life has been made so hard for your average Jacko and Norell out there working 2.5 jobs, raising their kids. They trust people to do the work that they are paid to do, and they've been deceived in the worst kind of way. The trouble is, though, you can tell them about the Fed, you can tell them about the creature from Jekyll Island, all the stuff. It won't make sense. They don't know, what am I looking at? I don't understand what I'm seeing. What does it mean? And so, unfortunately, yes, all of those things can continue to roll out, and they have. There's the Basel III agreements, which the banks had to meet, otherwise they had to cease being banks, and that's happened in Australia. There's a major bank that no longer exists, but people don't know that because it's still functioning, supposedly, but it's no longer there because it couldn't meet its Basel III standards. And so the new system is in place, has been. The training for the bank people, for example, has been going on for years. The new systems, and being bankers, they just follow the new rules. They have no clue why. They're just doing it, which is great. But with all the changes, with the rollout, the when is who knows. We don't. But I'd put money. I'd bet, what is it, London to a brick is the old bet, that nothing will actually happen until the bank balances are zeroed and there's a couple of days of where's my money gone. You'll really get their attention. Yes. And then when they get their money back and they find out all of a sudden there's a very transparent system now, they have more money than they need. Dad comes home and says, well, I made $1,000 this week. How much did you get taxed? Nothing. So all of a sudden mum can stay at home, or dad can stay at home, look after the children. It doesn't matter who, I don't care who does it, but children need a parent at home all the time. That's where you raise the family. And so all of these downstream benefits of the financial reset, the transparency, the honesty, and the money in the hands of the people, because that's exactly the key element. Once the people get the money, watch them take off. Now, a couple of things will happen. One, unfortunately for most people, morality is something that they can afford. Because if it's a choice between going hungry and stealing a loaf of bread, most people steal a loaf of bread. But then and I understand that. Even the founding fathers made, it's in their papers, it's quite interesting. But how can I say this? When they get the money, morality will improve. That's just the way it is. Comfortable people don't think about stealing stuff. Now, crooks always do, but comfortable people don't. That's point number one. Point number two, it gives them the freedom to start creating. Now, wealth creation requires three things: leadership in the form of entrepreneurs, workers in the form of labor in the form of workers, and capital. And so what the cabal has done forever has minimized our capacity to get a hold of capital, except through them. So when the capital's back in the hand of individuals, then all of a sudden you watch the United States take off. Watch the free markets take off, because all of a sudden they can say, well, you know what, every time I make a buck, I keep a buck. I like this. And so it's going to democratize the economy. And so the control by the major corporations by necessity will just fall over. And so this is the focus of the actual the financial revolution, the reset that's about to occur. Now, when, I don't know, but as I said, I think it's going to be preceded by the zeroing of accounts, just to get the people's attention, because they're just still not paying attention. I don't know, you can literally put it in front of their face, and there's a whole bunch of legitimate reasons why they won't pay attention. I get it. But that's going to have to happen. And then transparency, control back in the hands of people very quickly. It's the low-hanging fruit. It's going to return dividends to a free people very, very quickly.
You're absolutely right. A couple of 3 days of looking at your zero balance on your statement, that'll get their attention. Can you hear me now type of thing. Very, very important point, and it looks like that may be coming soon. We'll go back in reverse on the panel and talk with Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox. How would you like to weigh in on the broad subject of the reset from any angle you care to weigh in on?
Well, I like one thing about the zero balances. I actually saw something today or yesterday where Bank of America zeroed people's accounts. They were zeroed out. That probably upset a whole bunch of people because Bank of America is very big. The big thing about the reset is understanding that people will control their own financial destiny. You're going to have no IRS, which is illegal, never been approved by the Congress of the states. You'll have no Federal Reserve to print money, because that's what they did, is every time we got low on money, they printed some more and we borrowed it, or we sent it out on bonds. There won't be bonds going out with 6% interest rates because they won't need them. The federal governments, all of the federal governments, will be operating on gold-backed, silver-backed, or asset-backed currencies. And when we talk about all of the governments, we're talking about 209 countries. That's how many signed the Jassara Agreement. So when we start talking about 209 countries have signed the agreement that they will use asset-backed currency and that they will agree to operate one-to-one, we have a huge global financial reset. Now, if we look at reparations, and Trump has talked about it, and you can hear him talk about reparations to the people, you've got the two trusts, you've got the 525 or 540 quadrillion dollars worth of gold came out of the Vatican. You've got those trusts, you've got the IRS illegally collecting money from me for my life. At 80 years old, I paid a lot of taxes over the years. All of that going back to the people because the commissioner of the IRS in 1985 said the people could go in and ask for all their money back because the IRS was illegal. And there was a letter he wrote to his commissioners. That, by the way, on a side note, was found by Edward Snowden, who everybody thinks was a traitor, but actually Edward Snowden was negotiated to the Russians out of Hong Kong back whenever that thing about him being a traitor started. And he has actually been supporting the Russians in the U.S. extensively over the years. But that's a different side story. When we start talking about the global financial reset, we're talking about all the people of the world. If you're an illegal in the United States, the way you get your reparations is going back to your home country. You can't get them in the United States. If you're an illegal in Australia, if you're an illegal in Europe, you have to go back to your home country to get reparations. So you're not going to get any money, any of the big money. And I talked about the other day that the numbers are huge. And they're based on age, and they're based on having people still continue to work. Because the critical piece is going to be, if I want to do art for my profession, I will have the money to be able to do art as my profession. Or I'll be a musician, I can be a musician. I don't have to be making a lot of money at it because I'll have sufficient funds to support my profession. So when we look at that and all the people have their own profession and what they really love to do, right now we got a lot of people doing a lot of work that they don't like. They're too smart for it, or they've never been given the opportunity to get to it. As an old military guy, I know I have a friend who was an Air Force sergeant. He couldn't understand why his parents didn't know he could go to college. He grew up in Ohio, so he went to college on his own, and he's some kind of cyber expert. Now he's retired. But when you look at that and you look at the opportunities for people, we're going to change the education system. Half the kids can't write today. They cannot write their name in cursive because they get on a computer. Nobody's teaching them how to write. They can't do mathematics. You go into the store and you ask for change and you can't get good change because they can't count it unless that computer tells them what the change is. So if the computer's down, you can't get change. So all of those things are going to have a chance to change. And we just have to wait and see how quick it is. But I do know that QFS is operational today. Trump turned it on. Now, when all the people get that thing, that's at 3 days that Ricardo talked about. 3 days of zero bank account. That's when they're going to get their notification. And they will get a cell phone like this, but it won't be this cell phone. And they'll get a laptop like the one I'm talking on, but it won't be this laptop. And it will have their account in it. And nobody else can have access to that account. Even their wife can't have access to that account. They can list for a number of people to have access if something happens to them, but basically it's theirs. And they control their own money. Everybody will. Fascinating times.
It's a lot of power coming back to the people as Trump promised. I have a question, and I don't expect you, sir, to have a definitive line by line answer because it's probably somewhat the great unknown, but I think you can weigh in on it. That'll bring some value. You talked about the reparations, the money coming back to us. Sounds to me from what you've alluded to that there's going to be a very specific system. They're not going to give trillions of dollars and create a hyperinflation in the city, and people that never knew how to handle money, they'll cause all kinds of problems. So you're saying there'll be some sort of set of rules and deployment of those funds based on contributions to society and work and so forth and so on. Would that be accurate?
Exactly. There will be some level of rules, and the amount of money to somebody like me at 80 years of age will probably be the whole bucket they have for me. Somebody 20 years of age won't get a whole bucket.
Got it.
The reality is that everybody will be able to do what makes them feel good. It doesn't matter where they are in the world. And as I understand it, Trump's talking about all these jobs coming back to the United States. Well, all those people who are looking for some kind of a good job are going to be able to get it because it's going to be there. And I look at that as really beneficial.
Yeah.
And, it's going to happen, and there'll be rules, and everybody will sign an NDA when they get their bank account. That NDA is going to be good for some period of time, so that they don't go out and broadcast, I got $5 million or whatever the number is. And the key thing is that breaking that NDA means that your accounts get frozen. For the countries, breaking their NDA means their accounts get frozen. It's an interesting thought.
Wow, this is fascinating dialogue, and we're curious to see how it drips out, how it plays out, and what impact it has.
Yeah.
And something came to my mind, and that is, as listening to you, sir, the Trump saying, "I'm going to give the power back to the people," as Ricardo said. You make a buck, you earn a buck, you keep a buck. And what it does is it gives us the ability, as you said, if an artist wants to paint, he can paint, instead of having 3 jobs he hates to barely make ends meet. And so what you have here is, this allows for us to be sovereign individuals. This allows us to be children of God. This allows us to exercise our innate gifts, talents, and abilities that we got from the Creator, which has been completely suppressed since day one for everyone. That is a major paradigm shifting victory in this battle between good and evil. And I think the scales have tipped and evil's getting a run for its money for the first time, certainly in my life. And so thank you for sharing all that. It's very, very insightful and important information. Same question, we'll go through the panel to Colonel Sellers, if you will, comment on this topic that we've just covered.
Yeah, I just agree totally with what Tom was just saying. And to me, the most important thing of all to get this ball rolling is the abolishment of the IRS. Just like Tom said, the IRS has always been illegal. Well, it came into being on Christmas Eve, 1913, something like that.
Yes.
And then what did they do right after that? They formed the FBI to be the enforcement arm for the IRS so they could steal your freaking money. And they've been stealing the money from us forever. So bottom line is we've all been debt slaves for over 100 years. And until that all ends, we're not going to be able to move forward. Once it ends, I think it's just like Tom was saying, we will be able to move forward. I mean, if I had the choice, I'd be a musician. It's what I grew up with, until I went in the Army and stayed in the Army forever. But I think that's all of this stuff is. I'm thinking it's a good thing. We're finally seeing that maybe this stuff is going to get fixed and we'll have some justice.
Absolutely. You mentioned, I'll throw that out there too. We seem to have a lot of interest in the arts here. I've written about 50 songs since I'm 14 all the way until as an adult. And some of them I've run as theme songs on the shows and such. But yeah, if I could have done it all over again, had the opportunity to exercise my talents the way I chose, money was always the obstacle. I mean, how do you make a living being a musician? It's very difficult, especially as a songwriter. I would have done the same thing. And film. I want to just real quickly, we're going to close out the same question with Michael Jaco and then closing comments and wrap this up. But I want to go Ricardo Bossi just for 1 second. And correct me, please, if I'm wrong, but I believe you stated on the other broadcast that you and I do, Bossi Briefs, every other Monday, folks, at 6 p.m. Eastern. I think, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to put wrong information out there. You mentioned, I thought you mentioned that the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, put something out there publicly that the debt will be gone come some date in January 2026. Did I misunderstand that, or is that what you picked up and read somewhere?
January 1st.
I can't recall that one. No, I can't recall that one. Sorry.
Okay. No problem.
I said that last Wednesday.
Oh, okay. I've been a little busy. I got my shows mixed up. Okay. So
just a question, John, just real quick. I read yesterday or today that I think since the tariffs have been in effect, they've actually collected over $500 billion in funds because of the tariffs.
And that's why that's the External Revenue Service main menu, in my opinion. And secondly, that's why Trump said what you said, we're doing so well, we don't need income tax. I mean, folks, Trump doesn't say that stuff.
That's where I was going with that.
Yeah, he doesn't say that stuff willy-nilly. I mean, he's constantly building the narrative, as Ricardo's always predictive programming us, as well as the deep state is predictive programmed us. We're predictive programming us in a good sense. So that's a good point. And Tom, thanks for correcting me. And sorry, Ricardo, I left you in limbo. Like, what is he talking about? I didn't say that. So you've heard a report, Tom, that Tulsi Gabbard alluded to something of the effect that in January of 2026 there won't be any debt it's a broad statement, but if that's what she said, I mean, that's a pretty good statement from a pretty high level official in the U.S. government, wouldn't you say? I hope that plays out that way.
Doing a good job.
Oh, she's phenomenal. Never mind all the arrests and
She
all the
said
things we
one
didn't touch on in this show. Yeah.
Yeah. She said 1 January.
Thank
That
you,
was
sir.
the quote.
Wow. Well, there you have it, folks. All right, we'll close this out in a moment. Michael, weigh in on this subject. I know you've been following gold and silver. You've been following, to some extent, the QFS. What's your view of all this stuff that you've just listened to from the panel and my long-winded question?
Yeah, I completely agree with the other three gentlemen that we're basically, it's a merit-based system that's coming in. Depending on how much you've contributed to the system already up to this point, whatever point in your life, you're going to get, contributions back. And then from that point on, the contributions that you put into the system are, if you want to take a break, then everyone's going to get an income at a certain level. So I think that's coming. Now, I think the greatest thing is that we're going to stop out, and this is one of the ways we're going to stop the wars, is we're going to have complete control of the financial system, and they're not going to be able to, hijack our money. And they've been doing this for, like we talked about, all the way back in 1913. They've been hijacking our money and using it for illicit purposes for their own benefit. Imagine that completely stopped. We're talking hundreds of quadrillions of dollars that's going to come back to the people of the world. My God, that's going to be unbelievable. So that's going to contribute to a lot of things. There'll be probably free education that'll come out. All of the technologies that have been restricted by the deep state will be able to flow out. That is going to contribute tremendously, to humanity and going into space, going into underneath the earth and into the seas. All these things that has been restricted from us will be open to us once this quantum financial system really kicks in. So just think about all of the things that are going to happen once this deep state apparatus is removed. It's just phenomenal. And we have so much to look forward to. I agree that it's going to take probably still generations to work through a lot of stuff, but we'll start to see, probably sounds like very, very soon, when we start seeing arrest and when we start seeing, the freezing of the old financial system, which seems to be coming very soon, we're going to see a lot of the stuff start to kick in.
Yes, great points. I want to just comment on something. We're going to close out with a closing question for everyone, and I appreciate everybody's time. It's been as always, very valuable and insightful broadcast, the Global Defense War panel, and it also gives people a chance to go research these things on their own and discover what they will discover. I think about, as listening to you, Michael, we go back to the first question, the deployment of the National Guard and the reserves and the armed forces, not only cleaning up the streets and so forth, but there preemptively and prepared for anything that comes our way, and there will be some hiccups. We have at the same time the exportation of those that came across the border illegally by the plane load. They're cleaning them out, which will be the ones firing against us. And I'm not saying it's all cleaned out. I understand the Chinese and the mercenaries and all that, but these moves are strategically working, and so I believe it's leading to the big arrest. This is what prompted that. You mentioned the big arrests. Well, we got Bolton and many others. If you're following Kash Patel and the FBI and a lot of people have been arrested and are being arrested and all of that. But the big one, we're looking for Obama. I'll call it out right out, and we're looking for Clinton. Period. End of story. Those are all roads lead to Obama, according to President Trump. That narrative has been banged pretty hard on the drums over the last couple of months. So when you have and I know those that say both of them been executed already, great. I believe they will show us that in real time, and we still get the same result. But in either case, the big arrest that will be coming, it seems to me that the stage has been set. They're bringing the illegals that will fight us out. The military's, the country's welcoming and thanking them for being on the streets, except the lunatics, which are now self-exposed. And so all this is leading to, in my opinion, and putting dates out there is a disaster for reputation. But I will say, in my humble opinion, just as a guess, I see this playing out before Christmas of this year, the big arrests, and we're ready to handle the danger, the EBS, the bank account zero, all this stuff seems to be culminating to a head sometime, in my best estimation, I'm just a layman, between October and December. What's your view on that, Michael? And anyone else can comment as I take us through the closing.
Yeah, I think the September-October timeframe is going to be pretty pivotal. Now, on the other side of that, we're military men, and we have the knowledge that when you push on the enemy, they often have plans to push back on you very hard. So we have to be aware that they have obviously some very high technology weaponry that they've been using against us for quite some time. The direct-to-energy weapons, the HARP system, they can actually make earthquakes. There's so many different things, hurricanes, all of the different things that they have been just throwing at humanity. They haven't been as successful, I don't think, more recently, but they always have something up their sleeve, and we have to be very cautious of that. Yes, we're moving into a golden age. Yes, we're going to have all these different technologies that are going to start to come out. Yes, we're going to have quantum financial system. It's going to be magnificent. But whenever there's a shift in consciousness, you go throughout history, thousands of years back, there's always trauma. So we're going to probably see trauma, and I hope it's mitigated to a great extent by the great plans that seems to be unfolding from the Trump administration, and probably is going to move into other countries as well. They'll start to do their work that's planned on their behalf, their country's behalf. But yeah, we have to really be cognizant that these guys, and I feel very strongly about this, they're gonna whip something out that's really gonna shock humanity. But we have to stay focused. We have to keep moving forward and not let it shake us. We're military guys. We're used to combat and getting shaken, and through our training, through our actual maybe combat experiences, like I think all of us have, it doesn't phase us. But for most of humanity, it's going to be it could possibly be quite a shocker. So we want this to be a great experience. We've been talking about great experiences coming. They will happen, but there is that possibility. Hopefully, outside chance, but I'm just going to say I don't think so. That we're going to have some type of very major situation, and I think it's around that September-October timeframe, and the end of September. So I think that Christmas could be kind of not so good. So I hope it's good, but I've looked at it from intuitive, and it seems like there's some sadness in that time frame. But on the other side of that, going forward, there could be tremendous relief, tremendous release of all the stuff that the deep state, and it could be like that. This the last thing that everybody says. That's it. That's enough. We're taking this evil down, and we're never going to have anything to do with it again. It could be something like that, because Ricardo's talked about that. You have to have some kind of balance. You're going to have the evil. You're going to have the good, and at some point they have to balance out. And the evil's had a lot of run. We need some good, but I think they might have one little last push. So just want everybody to be aware of that.
Thank you. Thanks for your advice for everyone and your closing comments. Michael, what's the best way for people to follow your work, your podcast, and the things that you're doing? Share that. They know already, but there's a lot of new people joining us. Let the folks know where to find you.
Thank you very much. MichaelKJaco.com. And I got all my stuff over there. Find everything I do there. Thanks a lot.
Great. Thank you for your valuable insights to this panel. We'll close out with everybody else. So I'm just looking at the screen. We'll go to Colonel Sellers. Closing comments, or anything you want to close your view out with here, and the best way for people to follow you if there is such a platform.
Yeah, just real simple. I just think, I believe, based on the things that have been happening recently with what President Trump's been doing and this and that, I think things are trending in a good direction. I feel good that we're heading in the right way. But just like Mike just said, you got to keep your head on a swivel. Remember that things can turn upside down if you're not paying attention. And I think we all need to just concentrate on keeping our eyes open and doing the right thing. Always do the right thing if you can. In other words, don't take the easy way out. Do the right thing and pay attention to what's going on, because there's going to be more stuff that happens. Just like what happened in Kerrville, Texas, in the Hill Country, just with the floods just recently. President Trump put a committee together to study whether HARP was involved in that, and there was a HARP ship off the coast of Texas. I thought that was encouraging to hear that he put a committee together to study that specific scenario. So anyway, I just think even though we're all going in a good direction, you just got to keep your heads, stay alert, stay alive, stay alert, stay awake, stay alive.
Excellent. Well, thank you. As I recall, sir, you don't necessarily have a platform for people to visit, or do you at this time?
No, I don't, but it's charles.sellers87@gmail.com. Great.
Well, okay, so you can reach the colonel there, and I know you're probably a guest on other platforms as well, so public can gain access to you there. And certainly every month here that you join us, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you, sir. Same question to Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox, closing out, any closing comments and advice to the people listening to the broadcast.
I agree with Mike, and I even agree that it's probably the end of September, because there's a big day, 22 September, from a religious standpoint, that this could be right around that day. I can't remember the name of the title of the name, but I think it's called the Trumpet or the Trumpets. That would be a time that I would suspect they would try to do something right around there.
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody has to stay alert. Those of us who are ex-military, probably like the good colonel has a weapon or two or three. You should have sufficient ammunition for it. You never know what's going to happen.
That's what Dan Bongino said. He said they're going to come at your door. They're not just against your political views. We're their enemy, and to be prepared. So you're raising the same point.
And keep at least one that's not locked up in the gun safe.
Right. Well said.
All the other stuff.
Yep.
I see Mike shaking his head.
Some reason I have a feeling this panel is well prepared, and you're giving great advice to those of us to prepare, and we appreciate that.
But I do think it's going to happen. That we're going to have the Great Reset. We're going to have what my wife calls abundance for all the people.
Yep.
When? I don't know. Some people say it's going to happen on a Thursday. What Thursday? Nobody knows. But
I hear you. Well, we look forward to that Thursday. Well, thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lennox, for your advice and closing statements and contributions to the panel. We'll close out where we started with Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi, closing statements, comments, and advice to the people. Oh, your mic is muted, sir. There you go.
No, we're good. We're good. We're good. No, I was just smiling. To your point about making sure you've got your everyday carry within arm's reach. I remind my daughters that everything's a weapon, even a pencil.
Yeah. True.
So yeah, right there with you. Closing comments. It's once again we are exactly where we need to be, and I'm reminded of the story of Nehemiah, who was the biblical character that helped rebuild Jerusalem after in I think 500 BC, somewhere around that time, after it was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. And they didn't have time to build the city walls. And so what he said to them, for those of you who know the story, he said to everybody, build your own wall in front of your own house. And by the time we've all got walls around our house, we've got the city walls in place, so to speak. That's exactly where we are now. Every one of us needs to do what we can to prepare ourselves. I get a lot of questions saying, what do we do about the chemtrails? What do we do about this? What do we do? The answer is nothing. Let it go, not your job. Your job is to get ready for what's coming next. So you got to withstand the storm that is coming without a doubt. And I think it'll be done certainly before Christmas, because just that statement I didn't know about Tulsi Gabbard and the 1 January statement. If I was sequencing something as big as no debt, I'd use that as a relief from the tension that has just come. So there's tension and resolution, and you've got to have the resolution after the tension. So if that's happening 1 Jan, then I'll be saying it's going to go down before Christmas.
Happy New Year.
But having said that, yeah, New Year. So what we've got to do is just prepare yourself. Spend your time physically, emotionally, mentally, psychologically, and spiritually. Get yourself in order, because it's on our shoulders, all of us listening to this right now. People will turn to us and say, help me. And we have to turn around and go, hardly a challenge, we're ready to go. So we get ourselves ready, we get our families ready. Literally, it's just hunker down, get yourselves organized, build that wall in front of your own home, metaphorically, then start working. And Mike Flynn's been saying this for a long time, General Mike Flynn. Your neighbors, your suburb, your community, start building that together. But that can't build until all of us are strong in and of ourselves. So that's the only thing I'd say. Get yourselves ready as much as you can. If you haven't been going to the gym as often as you should, go. There's nothing like picking up heavy bits of metal to remember that you're a weak bastard and you've got to do this regularly. Eat right, sleep right, do what you can. Be positive. Look on the upside. Be hopeful. And we'll get through this. We're okay. We are so close now, and we've been so close, and we're getting closer. We're on the cusp. We're on the cusp. It's like when you go surfing and you're sitting there and you're waiting and you feel the water rise, and you can't. The wave's not there yet, but you can feel yourself rising. You know it's about to come and it's about to break, and then you paddle and catch that wave. That's where we are. So make sure you're fit. You're in the right place. As I said, physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically and spiritually. Catch that wave in and drag as many as you can with you. That's it. And you can catch me at www. You've got to put the W's in, AustraliaOneParty.com. And you can go to our Rumble channel. There are, I don't know, in excess of 500 interviews going back a few years at least. And some are short, but mostly around in the long form. And there's a lot of good information there for those who want to catch up with what's going on in Oz, who we are and what we're doing. So thanks, Michael. Brilliant.
Thank you very much. Great inspiration and great closing comments. And I'll say this, the people of Australia support Australia One, get behind this man and make Australia great again. MAGA has two meanings. Wonderful. Thank you very much. And those are wondering, who's Sandy? I'm sure our audience is going, what's up with Sandy? Again, folks, coming back to the beginning, our producer, sadly, and condolences to the family, had a death in the family. And so she was unable to produce our show. We did the Zoom.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined once again by Leo Zagami, the Illuminati, revealer, Confessions of Illuminati. So you definitely revealing every time he comes on a show. I talk to people from behind the scenes that give me little bits and pieces of intelligence. When Leo comes on, it's an explosion of intelligence, and he's not hiding it. It's amazing. So, Leo, so glad to have you on again. Now, you've done a couple articles there was one on the bullet that the shooter of just recently, the assassination that happened. I had YouTube come in and take down a video that I did on that, so we'll kind of be careful how we talk about the recent assassination, but and also
why did they take it down? I mean,
they said it was hate speech. All I was doing was just revealing information, and that's
pretty.
Somebody's controlling the narrative, as we know, and that's kind of the way we're the narrative destroyers, and that's why I love to have you on. But hate speech. I guess Pam Bondi came out and said that anyone that goes after, I guess, the narrative of Charlie Kirk, or they're going to come after them.
Well, but I mean, it doesn't really look like you will be the typical guy, because you are not really a leftist or somebody from that side of the fence. So it really is more to do probably with the YouTube and with what the algorithms of YouTube are dictating probably these days. And like you said, following a narrative. Now, this event that just happened, it really brings us to a new level of mind control and manipulation. As you know, I published last year a book, volume 11, in which I focused a lot also on what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. But at the same time, as Trump has just announced that maybe leftist groups here in the United States will be designed as terrorists, we have to understand that just like for volume 10, where the design manipulated lot is the Muslim fundamentalists, the Salafists, which have been manipulated in all kinds of ways from Al-Qaeda to ISIS, we have instead now a new form of terrorism and of manipulated kind of subjects with an ideology which they manage to manipulate. Because you see, the thing is, the puppeteers only need an ideology that triggers people like Tyler Robinson. So the fact that now we are in front, and we saw it in the last few weeks also with the attack on the Catholic school by a transgender. I mean, transgenders are mentally more unstable by nature, and so more easy to trigger, just like the Muslim fundamentalists. So I'm not saying here that, we are in front of a conspiracy of transgenders who are hiding on Discord and stuff only, or same could be said for the people who went and did 9/11. They were simply mercenaries of this new world order with an ideology which was easy to trigger against the system. So I think that we are in front of a new set of people that they can mind control and manipulate, and of course extreme woke ideology seems to be going now into that direction, especially because what happened with cancel culture, when of course we have people like Joe Biden and Kamala in the White House. They were inviting transgenders in the White House. They were even having a transgender showing his tits in front of the White House lawn there in the garden of the White House. So now that they have been that culture is kind of removed from public discourse with the Trump presidency, they are moving instead on the aggressive way, on the aggressive direction. And of course, they have the support of also the Jesuits. And like you were telling me before we started this show, you read, of course, my latest article, which I published 4 days ago on September 12th. And it's regarding the Italian phrase written on Tyler Robinson's bullet casing, Bella Ciao. Now, we have seen in the last few days so many lies from the left to somebody who was born within a MAGA family, and so he had to be MAGA. He had to be a right-wing guy who simply didn't like Charlie Kirk for I don't know what reason. It didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And clearly, the fact that we have Bella Ciao written on it and I'm from Italy, so I can confirm that, I mean, there is people that, of course, here in America don't know what Bella Ciao is. But Bella Ciao has become, in the last few decades, more and more connected to all those George Soros and now Alex Soros founded groups. So it's like from the feminist to the transgender, the LGBT, whatever, everything with Bella Ciao is apparently and obviously a leftist movement that has picked up on this song that used to be used. They claim, now, just to make you understand what Bella Ciao is, this Bella Ciao was in reality born in the 1960s. But they claim that it was sung by the female workers in the fields during the Second World War who were supporting the resistance against Benito Mussolini and fascism. It's a completely artificial story and tale that doesn't have any base into reality. The reality is that in the 60s, when, of course, MK Ultra was was pushing all the propaganda and everything that went with it, LSD and love, flower power and whatever, Italy, who was starting to become entrenched in a political war that will, by order of the CIA, become the strategy of tension that then in the 70s exploded with even a prime minister, Aldo Moro, who was kidnapped. But they ascribe it to the Red Brigades, but in reality it was Henry Kissinger with Steve Pitsnick who took care of this operation on behalf of Kissinger, who got angry because Aldo Moro wanted to do this alliance between the Christian Democrats and the Communist Party. And this didn't really work out with what America had built together with their own Masonic forces in Italy since the end of the Second World War to readjust Italy after fascism. And so there was, of course, I mean, I was brought up in the 70s. I was born in 1970, so I still remember very clearly the political assassinations, the tension, the tanks in the street.
Wow.
It was really a tense situation. Mm-hmm. It was a tense situation that I don't think Americans or people who didn't live in Italy understand fully. But it was, of course, orchestrated by Gladio Stay Behind operation, together with the P2 Lodge, which of Licio Gelli, and it became a way for stay behind operations. Of course, like I explain also in my books, was an operation built to resist communism, at the time the number one enemy. But even that was an ideology that could be used. So the Red Brigades became the tool for the system to oppress the system. For example, I make an example. A journalist wrote something against a politician he didn't like. That journalist, a few days later, will be shot in the legs by the Red Brigades with the excuse that he was against the proletariat and against the real values of the left, some BS like that. Now, that is what is happening here. Yeah. It's like the instrumental use of weak people that suddenly find themselves believing that Charlie Kirk was the ultimate evil. Mm-hmm. Okay? So, and this is a little bit like what I also explained in the case of the Muslim fundamentalists. It's easy to manipulate people who go with these extreme ideologies. Now we see how the left caught, of course, inside this situation in which we have seen in the last few days the chapters of Turning Point USA have become from 1,000, there is now 36,000 requests by various universities, 36,000.
All over the world. Yeah.
That means that, just like the wife of Charlie said, they don't know what they have unleashed. They completely got the opposite result. So when I saw that Bella Ciao was one of the things that this guy had written down on the bullet casing, I was shocked, but at the same time it was a confirmation. Because if people read my books, in particular volume 8 of my Confessions, that you have read, of course, dedicate a whole page to my own experience. My own experience with Bella Ciao was a traumatic one. I, at the end of 2013, participated and instigated the what was known as the Revolution of the Forconi, the pitchfork civil unrest in Italy that lasted 2 or 3 months. Okay, we managed to convince initially also the unions to join us, but they quickly jumped off when they saw the pressure, and of course they got also money. In the end, everybody was threatened. I wasn't giving up. The Carabinieri police broke through my door. They picked me and they brought me forcefully into a mental institute. And every morning, because they knew I was somebody who was an anti-communist, they will come into my room and play Bella Ciao. This song, because Bella Ciao is a song which is, like I said, the representative of a culture. Bella Ciao was even played through the speakers of a mosque in Turkey. I have the recording of it.
Wow.
So now there is a really weird alliance here that we are assisting.
Yeah.
On one side, we have the Muslim extremists. On the other side, you have these people who will not last 2 minutes in Gaza. They will stone them. They will throw them off a roof. Mm-hmm. But they go around with, in the pride marches with Gaza and all that. Now, I'm not saying that what is happening in Gaza is not bad. But the thing is that what happened in Gaza was also triggered voluntarily. Not so long ago, just 2 weeks ago, there was confirmation that the Jewish intelligence stepped down that day, that the military who were about to intervene to protect that rave, which was on the border with Gaza, didn't go there. So this is what we are dealing here. There is within Israel a Sabbatean Frankist element, which I have denounced in volume 10 of my Confessions, as you know, in the last chapter, which is the one that was responsible also for the protocols of the Sages of Zion. Now, it's very difficult for people to understand the dangers of Sabbatean Frankism. And I saw, for example, yesterday, there was Nick Fuentes who was attacking Candace Owen, because I must say, Candace, in the last few months, has mentioned more than once the Sabbatean Frankists. And I was pretty surprised. Candace was also a friend of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Instead, Nick Fuentes went yesterday on X and said, oh, she talks about the Frankists. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She wants to take the skin of Brigitte Macron, like in Silence of the Lambs, and become, Nick Fuentes is completely insane. He's an individual.
Wow, what happened? That's crazy.
It's completely insane. So, Bella Ciao. Every morning, I was in this place, locked up for 2 weeks. This doctor will come in with his mobile phone, and Bella Ciao in the mobile phone playing, and I couldn't do anything to stop him. So one day, I managed to put on my phone without him knowing, calling a friend of mine and saying, record what you are, because I didn't have a recorder on the phone I had there. It was like they left me just an old phone I could call from, you know. So I called my friend, and he recorded it. He recorded them playing Bella Ciao first thing in the morning, every single morning. It was like, you know, I explain in volume 11 of my Confessions, mind control and how it works. My father also even worked with MK Ultra in France. So, I mean, I had also direct experiences from what he told me about their experiments and everything else. But the crazy thing of having this Bella Ciao played, and it was really like he was laughing while he was playing it, this doctor. You imagine you having a doctor wearing a white thing, you know, coming inside and playing it like just to trigger you.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
I went through prisoner of war training in the military, and they played over and over songs like that when we were in our little.
It's like what I explained with Guantanamo Bay. In volume 8 of my Confessions, I also explained that. And in volume 8 of my Confessions, I specifically talk about Bella Ciao, and I talk about Giuseppe Nicolò, the professor who works also with the Vatican, who is a member of the Tavistock Institute, who conducted this torture, because it was torture.
Yeah.
I eventually, through lawyers and everything, managed to get out of there. I eventually, thanks to my faith, saved myself, but also thanks to the help of a doctor called Dr. Vento, who basically told me, Leo, just politics is off limits now in Italy, because as soon as you go back into politics, they're going to lock you up.
Wow.
So I said, okay. And like a couple of weeks from when he said that, I took a plane with my wife. We came here to California in 2014, and I managed to meet through Sean Stone Brad Olsen. I published my first books in the English language. I had to go back to Italy. And in Italy, the persecution continued by those people who love Bella Ciao.
Wow.
So for me, Bella Ciao represents everything that is wrong in this society today. First of all, because the song was never sung during the war. It was not a resistance song. It's an artificial construct. It's BS. It's propaganda. This song came out in the 60s. And it should be simply treated as a piece of propaganda. It worked out for the Italian left.
So it's almost like they're trying to push this as that narrative. You know, of course, Mussolini was captured and hung in the square with fire. And and that's what they're trying to do now.
Not only, because then in one of the other casing, it was written "Catch a Fascist," and then you have also the transgender words in favor of the transgender ideology. It's very
that's what Hitler did. He used the brown shirts to get into power, and they were run by homosexuals. So
what happened was this: Hitler used those homosexuals until the night of the long knives, but he used them.
Yes. Like the transgenders are being used. Yes.
You know, he used them until he could, he didn't need them anymore.
Right.
And so this is going to happen with these people. I mean, if one day they don't need them anymore, they will be simply taken out of the picture. So what is happening here is very clear. We have a reference, and more than one reference, that this is a guy who was brainwashed with the leftist ideology. We also know that his companion was a transgender. We also know that he was active in internet forums with other people who were transgenders. Now, everything that is happening at the moment is simply, they are investigating how much those people knew before the event. And apparently he even had a note that was left at this transgender's home, But the crazy thing about it all is the Pope. Pope Leo XIV. And that's really goes back to what I written in volume 12 of my Confessions, because as you know, one of the protagonists of my latest book, which is the last of my Confession series, is Father James Martin, the head of communications almost of the Vatican, because he's the editor of America, the Jesuit Review, and he's the one who has arranged at the beginning of September this pilgrimage of LGBTQ plus whatever and their families to Rome.
Wow.
In which he brought them to the Pope, he brought them around Rome to all the various Jesuit churches.
Mm.
And this really, and then of course he did his, because this year is a jubileum year, so people, Catholics are kind of obliged to go to Rome on pilgrimage. And he has organized this big pilgrimage of sodomites and transgender and whatever. Now, I don't have anything against gay people necessarily, but the problem here is that you need to admit that there is a problem in your community. And if you don't do it, then it becomes a little bit suspicious, because we know that the Jesuits are themselves on top of this pyramid of manipulation. At a political level, they are the ones who have also encouraged the open borders, and they have condemned over and over again people like Tom Homan and what Trump is doing for America by finally having the decency of saying, that's it, we had enough with these open borders and these policies that are obviously ruining America and making it more unsafe. However, we have also another problem. It seems like it disappeared from the discourse nationally, both left and right. Nobody's talking anymore about Jeffrey Epstein. Now, we know that Charlie Kirk definitely was somebody who was not, he wanted to be always honest and transparent. He might not have been always super informed about everything, but Charlie Kirk was an activist who also liked in his shows, his podcast, his radio show, TV show, whatever he did. He liked to discuss things. And he was actually very much interested in the evolution of this whole Epstein thing. Because, something strange has happened. It's almost like by going after Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, they got too close to something that can't be touched. And we discussed this also in our last show, no, Michael? Mm-hmm. In regards to the Sabatier and Frankenstein, in regards to what... and there is definitely a lot more that will come out, hopefully soon, that will clear up maybe. But it seems like when it comes, after seeing those ladies, those victims in front of the Congress, people like Major Taylor Greene siding with them, and now suddenly, after what happened with poor Charlie, it's almost like it has evaporated in thin air. What is your thought about that, Michael?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that are very suspect as far as there's funding seems to be coming from Democrat Party for this Tyler Robinson. They've been pointing that out. Ocasio-Cortez is involved with this Democrat funding group, also Mamdani. So I mean, who would benefit from Tyler Robinson's, actions? So you have to look at that. And
it's almost like we go back to what I said earlier. You have, you have this terrorist because I simply call Tyler Robinson a terrorist maybe of it, who was brainwashed by his transgender partner. That seems pretty obvious. His family was a MAGA family, was a family of patriots, of people who love this country, who actually they broke with this transgender, who hated them because this transgender instead supported Joe Biden, of course. But in a pyramid of manipulation, where do they stand? Tyler is not the guy on top, obviously. There is other people who have been obviously triggering these people. And we have, of course, the example of a whole book I made, volume 11, triggering these people with complex psyops, complex mind control operations. Is part of what what came out of that whole experiment with MK Ultra that went on from 1953 to 1973. Actually started even before with Artichoke, Blue, and other projects that were conducted before. Eventually they came out as MK Ultra in 1953, and from that moment onwards they experimented in various ways. They experimented with subcultures, with drugs, with this, that, and all the other. So today we have the internet, and in fact, when the leftists now want to defend themselves, they simply say that Tyler Robinson was a victim of the internet, a victim of what he found on these forums online, these gamer places like Discord. That is, of course, the excuse.
Right.
When instead, it's pretty clear from going back to Bella Ciao that this is instead part of a much wider terrorist network, Antifa, financed by Soros, and they might get away with it. They might get away with it because it's so compartmentalized, this whole thing, that in the end, yes, me and you or many others on the internet can come out with many theories. The guys who were giving strange signals before the shooting, this, that, and all the other, the forums online, of course. Now the FBI is investigating, but it's very difficult to then really wage war against Soros. It's not simple. Because Soros, and I'm talking about both Alex and his father, have so much stuff against people like Clinton, Obama, and all the others, that they hold their Congress and the White House in their pockets, even with Trump there. They're still so powerful. And that is the problem here. Yes, Trump, if you remember, not so long ago, before all this happened, mentioned Soros and the fact that he wanted to go after him. But we have to be very honest here. Going after Soros is almost a little bit like, here, Michael, I remember our last conversation when we discussed also about our friend Nino, who, by the way, I will be on his show soon, so we will be discussing things with Rodriguez a little bit. But did anybody arrest Obama?
No. You were right so far. So, he's not been, so I guess the bet's still open.
No, but the thing is not being right or wrong. The thing is that these people are untouchable.
Yeah.
And so, yes, there can be some threats from one side to the other, some vocal threats, yes. Trump saying this, Obama says that. But it's kind of like we are assisting to a theater play in which no real action is going to be taken between the actors who are in the theater play, because it's a play. They can't be, you know? And we are, unfortunately, the spectators, the ones who are saying, oh yes, that guy, yes, he's gonna be, no, he's gonna get it. Who he's gonna do? I don't think so. And it's think about, like we had in the last few days, Saturday, an historic event in London. And of course, you know, millions of people. The left says 100,000, but of course the left, it's like millions, you know, 3 million, they go down to 110,000. But aside from the numbers, I know London. I lived in London for 10 years. I know this town. My mother is from London. I know when the streets are full, how many people they are, because you know it is almost like my second home, London, after Rome. So I saw these people marching. I saw what is happening in England, and I know that if it gets too dangerous for the system, they have already a way out. And you know what is the way out, Michael? Send them to war with Russia.
There you go. And they've been talking about that quite a bit. So that's one reason why people really should rise up and push back on this. Now, this one, Tyler Robinson,
push back. Yeah.
So we know the colleges, as we're seeing now, are indoctrination centers for this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But let's not forget that Trump is on his way to visit King Charles, who is a closet Muslim, who is himself responsible for this state of things in England, where most of the cities of England are now in the hands of Muslim mayors.
Wow.
Every single major city in England, and I'm not saying only London or Birmingham, it's a Islamic mayor.
Wow.
So here in America, we have 6 million. I spoke about it, as you know, in volume 10 of my confessions. We have approximately between 5 and 6 million Muslims, and they are starting to show what they are by taking over whole cities in places like Michigan. Both the Sunnis and the Shia has taken different cities, and they are now becoming more and more threatening towards the Christians that are becoming a minority in these cities. And this is just to give you an example, because we have a bunch of them also here in California. We even have 300,000 of them in Texas. We have a bunch of Muslims present here in America who will, of course, greet you with peace and love, you know, peace be upon you and love Allah and all the rest. But in reality, once they become the majority, they start imposing their Sharia, their rules. And of course, Tommy Robinson has sacrificed all his life for this cause.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what Nigel Farage says about him. I think that Tommy Robinson, he might be the typical English bloke or lad, however you want to call him, you know, from the states there, from the poor, let's say from the poorest part of England, you know, the council estates, how they call them. And he is, though, very much loved in England at the moment. He has a large following, also because he has passed how many years he has spent in prison.
Yeah.
Sacrificing his own life like a true political martyr to the cause, just like Charlie became a martyr. Robinson is on his way to become one, but you know, that is a possibility. The fact that now Trump goes to visit Charles, and he doesn't visit Tommy Robinson. The fact that we have Prince Andrew involved with Epstein.
Yeah.
The fact that, and I'm sorry to say that because Trump does a great things also for this country, but they are all compromised. Every single one of them, left, right, center of the political arena, They are all compromised.
Wow. So you're moving that direction. So I know that there's
It's not a question of me moving. We are moving as a human species towards a situation in which, of course, I realize that, for example, Elon Musk has said very. He said we have to fight, otherwise, that's it. You have to fight, But everybody seems to have a level of compromise in this fight. And so, yes, we are drawn into this theater, like we said a moment ago, of politics with actors playing their roles. But it's very difficult that we really get to some real change that will affect us positively. And it's sad. I mean, the thing that I can confirm is positive about the Trump administration is, of course, the security against the crime, these illegal immigrants. I mean, we are talking here about visible changes. I mean, in Palm Springs, where I live, every evening we had 3 or 4 robberies. Now we don't have even one. We had shootings almost every night at one point under the Joe Biden administration. Now I never hear a gunshot. These are concrete changes, and I thank the president for making that possible.
Yep.
But I would like to also have maintained the other promises. And the Epstein case was on my priority list. And if it affects powerful people and donors of Trump, I don't care. So people need to be a little bit more objective about this whole farce that we are living around us. Everybody's compromised from A to Z. And there is a level of compromise in each one of the people who are in charge of other people. Otherwise, they will probably not let them, you will not even be allowed to vote if that was really something that will change drastically the situation. You understand what I mean here?
Yeah.
It's sad, but we have to be honest, And so I always try to bring, Charlie Kirk was somebody who was bringing change in the universities. Now, since the end of the 60s, as I also explained in my book, the universities have been plagiarized and have gradually become recruiting centers for this leftist ideology, and that's it. You can't have anything else on campus. When I arrived here in 2019, I want to say which university, but the University of Northern California, very big university. There were some guys who invited me there to do a speech. I was organizing myself. I was looking forward to it. After a month, they came back to me and they said, we don't have the security. We can't risk. We had too much criticism on campus to have you on. And so it was canceled. Charlie was trying to do something really positive with his Prove Me Wrong tour. The fact that you can finally bring a dialogue. But it seems that, unfortunately, the right, the conservative faction wants to dialogue. The other part doesn't want to dialogue. They have their mind set. Leo Zagami is a fascist. Trump is a fascist. The other guy is a Nazi. The other guy, Elon Musk is a Nazi. The guy is doing everybody's an extremist, and they're the great ones. It's insane. It doesn't make any sense. we are honoring today, I think, with this show also the memory of Charlie Kirk by really being honest about everything, about the fact that, you know, everybody now, even Israel with Netanyahu, wants a piece of Charlie's legacy. But we know that Israel is compromised because the very foundation of Israel was compromised. And it's not me saying it, but the people who studied, like Rabbi Unterman, the late Rabbi Unterman, who was the guy who excommunicated Henry Kissinger and explained the dangers of the Sabbatean Frankist in the modern era. And at the same time, we have the Jesuits. We have Pope Leo, who is a pope who is supposed to be Christian. And in reality, he didn't really say much about what happened in that Catholic school with that transgender. That transgender thing wasn't mentioned. He simply mentioned the fact, and of course, everything is to blame on the guns. The guns. The Second Amendment is to blame for all the problems of the United States of America. When we know, and this is something that I wrote also in volume 11, that since the 1950s, parallel to MK Ultra, we had the birth of all those antidepressants that are also a big problem today for the youth. And Charlie Kirk was really a guy who was bringing the natural, the conservative values back to people who are really confused, who when they get some, you know, if in California is playing with a doll instead of soldiers at 8 or 9 years old, they would basically castrate him and make him change his sex without even the consent of his parents.
Crazy.
And this is something that Charlie Kirk was against, of course. Charlie Kirk debated Newsom. He debated him on that idiotic podcast that Newsom has created. But Charlie Kirk wrote very clearly that Newsom should apologize for failing to deport illegals from California. Mm-hmm. Creating all this decline in the cities that are looking worse and worse each day, apologize for bankrupting this state of California. This is what Charlie Kirk said, not me. Charlie Kirk said that Newsom should apologize for allowing men in girls' locker room and sports. Charlie Kirk says that Newsom should have apologized to those who lost their homes in Los Angeles fires, because nowadays that situation has not really been solved in any way, shape, or form. And Charlie Kirk also said that Newsom should apologize for refusing to address the housing crisis in California, which is one of the worst in decades. And, of course, Charlie Kirk asked Newsom to apologize for ruining this great and beautiful state, the great state of California. Will the Californians realize this? Probably not. Probably not, because here the Mexicans are taking over the show. Because if we see the Baptist or whatever Methodist church with the black preachers, even if that happens in other states, but here in California, there is, unfortunately, a bunch of people who think that, you know, maybe Newsom can be the solution. When Newsom, in reality, has ruined the state, and if he becomes president of the United States, God forbids in the future, he will completely ruin the whole of the United States. And so we are, when I saw what was happening in Los Angeles during the riots and stuff that happened recently because of ICE, who were the activists who were fomenting them? Jesuits. Mm-hmm. People in this book, people who have created basically this very clever way of manipulating the immigrant. They have their own NGOs, they bring them here, then They, of course, work for the gangs. And then once they are finished their career in the gangs, they clean them up with a project so they can be then put back into society as respectable citizens. Who has brought drugs and done the worst crimes. The Jesuits have created an organization in Los Angeles that serves as a filter to re-inject these people in our society. And of course, I mean, I think that is pretty clear here. You know, when I see the phrase Bella Ciao, I see what I escaped in Europe. Europe at the moment is a hellhole, is a place that doesn't have any future. It's, you know, kind of like it's in between America, China, and Russia. What are we going to do with this European Union? You know, you have Ursula von der Leyen, whose father was a Nazi apologist who worked for the European community. The father of Ursula von der Leyen was a guy who used every moment he could. And you can go and find this information. It's not secret information. Just go on the Wikipedia. He was a Nazi apologist. He actually said that they did great things. So it's insane how the Fourth Reich, you remember I talked about the Fourth Reich in volume 7 of my Confessions, because it's all connected now then with Klaus Schwab, with the Great Reset, with Davos, with the Bilderberg Club. I explain in this book, volume 12, as you know, how the Bilderberg Club was created after the war by a Jesuit disciple who was also Sabbatean Frankist, who went to Rome to become a Jesuit but didn't feel he wanted to go further in taking the Jesuit vow, so he took directly what I call the fifth vow. And people of the fifth vow are people like Governor Newsom. Where did Newsom go to school? The Jesuits.
Wow.
And people like Nancy Pelosi, who they worked for facilitating the deal between the Vatican and China. The Jesuits, she worked for the Jesuits, Nancy Pelosi. So, I mean, it's like the Jesuits are known to have 3 vows and a 4th vow of complete obedience to the Pope. Then you have people outside of the order who take the 5th vow. They are like the secret agents of the Jesuits who don't formally belong to the order, but belong to the order in a secret way, like, for example, Governor Newsom. And so the fact, how you identify a possible candidate to a 5th vow of the Jesuits? Well, it's very simple. Usually they are former seminarians. They have gone to a Jesuit school. We know that the Jesuits have a lot of influence in the school system. Here in California, they told me, and this is not me who said it, by Professor Amamoto, who I often go to. I don't know if you know him. I often go to his show as a guest, and he was a professor here for many years in Southern California. He told me, Leo, it's not only the Jesuit universities, you know, like Georgetown, whatever, the one for them, the ones you know. Here in California, they control every single university. So when you tell me, and you said that a few moments ago at the beginning of this interview, we have a problem with the education in the university. Who do you think is educating them this way?
Jesuits.
Because the only way to stop them would be, like I suggested in my latest book, if we simply, you know, we declare them a bunch of terrorists, kick them out of the United States, and like it happened because this happened in the 1770s and 1760s and 1750s. At the time, the Portuguese and Spanish empires, which, as you know, at the time were very powerful, identified the problem in the Jesuit order. So at the end, they started to expel them from their countries, even from South America, where they were very powerful. And at the end, they went to the Pope and said, either you expel them or we're going to give up on Catholicism altogether. So the Pope was forced to make an official document kicking them out of the Vatican, and they were kicked out of the Vatican until they came back only a few decades later. Did they get weaker? No, unfortunately not. They became even stronger because they got kicked out of the Vatican, and then they went under the protection of the Empress of Russia. They actually stayed in certain territories, which were like now the territories that you find like Poland, Lithuania, and these territories, the Jesuit presence was still very strong. The Russians basically protected them. Even if they were Orthodox, they didn't care about. The Empress simply said, okay, you give me a nomination for the general and I make a general Russian and I'm happy with that.